911 operators of Reddit, what call will you simply never forget? I have been doing this more than a decade and have taken some absolutely nutty calls. The one that stands out is not, but it stays with me. I took a 911 from a woman who asked me for an ambulance. Dead voice, no emotion. She could have been calling the bank for their hours. I got and confirmed her address. Again, very calm. Then I asked her what was going on. In that same lifeless voice she said, my son is dead. There was no change in her tone whatsoever. I asked her if she was sure, asked her to start CPR, which she flatly refused. I asked her, please, let's at least try CPR, and she said, he is cold and dead, and it's my fault. My fault. My fault. Her tone never changed. Turns out she had caught her 15-year-old son doing axes. He puked at some point. She was totally clueless and just sent us to bed. Sometime during the night he either took more, or what he had taken caused him to vomit again, and he choked to death. I will never forget that dead tone she had, because in a way she was right. Her ignorance did contribute to his death, but she is not even partially to blame. Try telling her that though. That woman will never stop hating herself. I feel for her to this day, and that was 2009-ish. Not me, but my mother's been a 911 operator for the past 15 plus years or so, and I'm sure me and my siblings have heard about this one call on multiple occasions. When we were younger, a teenage girl / young woman had been kidnapped. The good old bait and switch of an older woman buying her drinks at a bar, ECT friendly older type who'd bend the rules. Ends up drugging her and handing her off to this guy, who takes her back to his basement and assaults her. So trapped in a basement with a guy with a knife, he had fallen asleep, and the girl manages to find / get a phone and call 911. My mother answers and essentially walks this girl through getting help, from peeking out the basement windows and trying to find a street sign or whatever. It comes down to my mother and a few other dispatchers carting around police cars blaring their lights in a general area until the girl could see them and the officers could in her exact location, safe and sound. After that my mother got recognized at work for the effort, and she got a piece of paper commemorating the excellent work, so the adult version of an honor roll. Happened back in early 2000s Chicago. Edit. Thanks all for the commendation to my mother and calling her a hero. I texted her about the story and have the full incident in detail. Mom got the call at 6 AM and thought it was a prank call at first. The victim was 15 years old. The story goes, the girl was with female friend Rosa, 21, and the offender, wherever they were sharing a bottle and would give her a ride home. Woke up to the assault, and the man stuck the knife in the wall threateningly. He'd kill her if she tried to leave. He had taken her clothes as well. Mom convinced the girl to take the knife and try breaking the lock at the top of the stairs. So her and her supervisor began multitasking. You get a 2-block radius off of cell phones when in use, and so they sent squad cars up and down the blocks, and the girl luckily remembered the car he drove, so they were looking for a small 2-door blue car he left parked in an alley. My mother suggested the girl break the basement window and make a run for it, but he had those blocked glass windows, so that wouldn't work. All of this was done by whisper as the offender was in the room for 30 minutes to an hour. They also sent police to her grandmother's to see if they could find the address of the Rosa friend, which they did, but the friend was no help in getting the offender's address. They did the whole blaring lights method, and the girl managed to get out through the basement's back door and went running in the offender's shorts. Considering the location, it was like some sort of coach house property, and they'd never would have found her without the miraculous turn of events. My mother and the cop who was first respond on the scene were both awarded. My mom's quote on the job, "I hear too much, but it just makes you more aware of the evil around us." I've been a police dispatcher for a little over 2 years. The call I'll never forget is the first suicide caller I got. It was around 11:30 PM and this girl calls 911. She must have been 19 to 20 years old. All she says is that she is just calling to let me know where to find her body. I ask her where she's at, an address, intersection, anything. She tells me she's old enough to know that I already have her location, so she doesn't need to give it to me. That's not true. All I have is the location of the cell tower her cell phone is pinging off of. No way I can find her. I plead with her a bit, and she finally gives me an address. Then, I ask her how she's planning to do it. I'm trying to keep her on the line as long as possible, so she doesn't actually hurt herself, but she doesn't answer me anymore. I decide to get the paramedics on the line, so we can get police and fire rolling to her location. While I'm connecting to the fire department, I hear this crash and a choking sound. I don't know what she did, but my heart drops. I'm thinking she killed herself with me on the line. I give the address to FD, and I have PD on the way. I'm listening on the radio while I'm trying to get this girl to talk to me again when I hear the officers ask to verify the address. They don't see a house there fuck. I finally get this girl to come back on the phone and she's crying hysterically. I ask her what happened and she tells me she was in the bathroom and tried to hang herself. She was too heavy and the shower curtain bar bent. I'm a bit relieved because she's not dead, but she's still in danger. I asked her to give me the address again, and even though she's on the same street, her address is further south sheet. I have to get officers and M's that are closer to go. I start talking to her, and so far so good. Officers get there, but they can't find her. I'm freaking out because I'm thinking she gave me the wrong address again, and she stops talking to me again. Just an open line. I don't know what to do. Silence. I attempt hanging up and calling her. No answer. I'm thinking I faked up. I ask my supervisor if there is anything else I can do, and they reassure me and tell me I did all I could. I'll listen to the police radio for a bit and see that the officers managed to get into the house and found the girl, and she was being transported to the hospital. It was huge weight off my shoulders. I took a break for a few minutes to collect my thoughts and went back to answering more calls. We were busy. I've left the job now for pastures new, but storytime woman of 90 years old calls up and says she's having a spot of trouble. She's struggling to work the phone and tells me she basically had a leg ulcer which has popped and that she's on blood thinners, so there's a lot of blood coming out. I get an ambulance out immediately to her, but midway through the call it goes silent and I hear a big ol' thud on the floor. After this, I try my best to basically shout down the phone after her to get her attention. All I can hear is very heavy breathing but no reply. This continues for a couple of minutes before I hear banging on the other end of the line and a voice faintly shouting the lady's name. I keep trying to rouse her myself, but I'm unsuccessful. I hear the window break and a couple of voices approaching. They reach her, and thankfully I hear her very faint voice respond. Normally we don't find out what happens, but in this case I actually received a letter and chocolates from the lady who sent it in and said that she could hear me the whole time and felt reassured that help was coming, but she didn't have the strength to reply. For what was a really shitty job at the time, getting that made the next few months really easy. Can't really think of the one that stands out the most, but just off the top of my head here's two. Guy who calls, sounds severely short of breath, can barely give out his address, which happens from time to time. Tell me exactly what happened. I'm having trouble breathing. Cool. So I send the maximum response, stay on the line while I'm waiting for crews to arrive. The guy drops the phone. I keep trying to get him to pick it back up with no success. Crew gets there, ask for police right away. Turns out guy got stabbed in the chest. Yeah, that will mess up your breathing I guess. Tried their best, but couldn't get him back. Called it on scene. Second one, tell me exactly what happened. A guy was changing a truck tire and it exploded. He is inside a wall now. Sorry, he's what now? He's embedded in the wall. Slight pause on my end. Is he awake? No. Is he breathing? No. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to do CPR, so we can help him. I don't think you understand. He is flattened halfway inside the wall. I don't think we can help him. Okay, we are on the way. Crew got there, and sure enough he was pretty dead. Edit. Sorry if any of this came across as insensitive. It's just the way that most first responders and dispatchers will talk. Like it's more academic at this point than anything. Huh. Didn't realize a truck tire could blow someone into a wall. Crazy. Unfortunately, the truth is most people have a limited amount of empathy to give. If you cared and thought about every single call, that's how you get PTSD. You need to be selective about the calls that you really care about. For me it's mostly kid calls, but that's another story for another day. Edit 2. And yes, the guy was literally flattened in a crater in the drywall from what I heard afterwards. Like cartoon style, except with a lot more gore. This one still bothers me, because it's so fresh and our community is hurting from it as well. Took a call from a hysterical woman advising me of a rollover crash that happened near her house. She lives near the top of a blind hill that people like to jump like catching that butterfly feeling in your stomach, although you can get air in the right vehicle. She tells me that a girl is laying on the ground about 30 feet or so from the vehicle. When asked if the girl is alive, she says, "Oh yes, honey, she's wiggling around on the ground. My daughter is a nurse, she's checking on her now." Awesome. We hardly ever are lucky enough to have a trained professional on scene before a med unit can get there. But then she tells me her daughter is starting CPR. To be honest, that didn't surprise me. My caller was getting hysterical again, and we already had first responders on the way, so I started asking more questions about the scene. Her daughter breaks CPR to get on the phone with me. Tells me she can do compressions only, that the girl's jaw is completely gone. A bit stunned, I tell her to continue compressions. But rather than getting put back on with the original caller, I hear the scared voice of a teenage girl, the driver. "Is my friend going to be okay?" I can't find anything to say for a moment. Finally, after what seemed to be too long, I say they're doing CPR, dear, and we have help on the way. Are you and the other passenger okay? We are fine. Just please tell me she's okay. The girl on the ground was confirmed DOA. She had been laying down in the back seat without a seatbelt on because she had a headache. She was 15. I've been a 911 operator for 10 years. I'll never forget the time I took a noise complaint. The caller was complaining that the children in the street were being too loud. Happens all the time. Annoying but no big deal. The odd thing was she was calling me through a relay service for the deaf. Another one, we were working a barricaded subject call with SWAT. Called out the helicopter and had them circling the area for what seemed like hours. This usually leads to calls of citizens concerned that we are looking for someone and want to know if it's safe. So, after constantly answer the phones and telling people it's fine, I get a phone call from a girl. She asked about the helicopter. I gave her the basic rundown. She then goes, "Oh okay, so the helicopter isn't in danger?" She thought it was crashing and had been for hours. Of course we get bad calls. I try not to focus on those. Edited to at, I realize there are several reasons someone who may have hearing would use a relay service. I actually worked for a relay service before 911. This was a younger female who was actually deaf, although I'm not sure to what extent. We had a lot of history of her calling and knew who she was based off the address and phone number. She was just grumpy and mad the kids were playing outside. This actually happened a few days ago. I'm an tech, but one of our unit secretaries, someone who transfers calls and does other important tasks that keeps the place afloat, is an EMT in the next county over. I was waiting for a patient to return to their room, talking with her, when she looks down at her phone. She tells me she has the dispatch app, or whatever, for ambulances and fire trucks, and every fire hall in the county had just received a call about a possible decomposing body. Apparently the neighbor called about a terrible smell coming from the property. Hazmat was called and everything, expecting a dead human body. Once they broke into the house, they found that it wasn't a dead human, but 38 dogs in the house. 11 of the dogs were dead and in varying states of decomposition. The place is still pretty much under wraps, but 16 more dogs were found in the shed yesterday. The 2 people who owned the house have since been arrested and charged with 51 counts of animal cruelty. All of the animals left alive were taken to the Humane Society, where half of the county has just about donated food or blankets. The whole thing is pretty messed up, but I now for sure respect the hell out of the EMTs and paramedics that walk through our doors every day. They really never know what they're going to see when they walk into a place. Let me preface this by stating I was the shift supervisor at the time and was only supposed to answer overflow calls, as it was my responsibility to make sure the other 14 dispatchers/call takers were doing their job. I take an overflow call on July 4th around 9 p.m. Figuring it was just another fireworks complaint or something easy, as that's what most calls on 4th of July are. I speak with an elderly lady who tells me her house is on fire and she is trapped on the 3rd floor. So already my heart is in my throat. Try to remain calm so I can try and calm this person down as much as possible. This is where having a wonderful partner really came in handy. My partner, who was the other shift supervisor, instantly took control over the dispatch operations. Once the rest of the room caught wind I was on a hot call, they quieted down so my partner and I could communicate. In the meantime, while he is getting the fire service dispatched, I'm doing everything in my power to make sure the lady keeps talking to me. I ascertained as many details about the room and how to get there as I could. Had her try open the window, cause at this point the room is filling with smoke. The few minutes it took the fire department to get there felt like an eternity. It really felt like time stopped. Once the fire department arrived, they pull up and find the house is only 2 stories tall, even though the lady said she was on the 3rd floor. Here, it turns out street level it's only 2 stories, but looking at the back of the house it's 3 stories due to the slope. As the fire department begins making entry, the woman collapses. So at this point I'm not sure if she was gonna make it. After a few seconds of not hearing from her, I finally could hear the firefighters' SCBA. A little bit of relief. Something happens in my brain though. I'm not sure if it was because I was scared for the woman maybe not making it. Maybe I was scared for the firefighters, and being a firefighter for 13 years I could be in their position at any point. But while I was on the phone I broke down in tears. In the 8 years of doing 911, this was a call that broke me mentally. The firefighters were able to rescue her. She lived and is still living despite 70% 3rd degree burns. As successful as the outcome was, it messed with my brain for a while. I've dealt with a lot of death, murder, kill in my time, but this was the one that got to me. I continued to do 911 for a few months after that, but I'm not sure if it was depression or PTSD or some other kind of issue. I ended up resigning. It was to the point when I was home I really wasn't home. It was affecting my relationship. Only recently have I made appointments to go get professional help. For any other emergency responders or anyone for that matter, thank you for all you do. But seriously, if you're not feeling okay, get some help. It's not something to keep putting off. I have a few. I took a call from a man whose 1-year-old daughter fell in the pool while unattended. At the time of the call she was not breathing, unresponsive, and had no pulse. My partner dispatched out fire and EMS while I was on the phone. Got the child's mother to start CPR. Fortunately she was certified and didn't require very much instruction at all. Just had to tell her to count her compressions out loud so I could keep up. Before first responders arrived, the baby starts breathing again. I believe she sustained some brain injury but nothing life-threatening. Had to go take a walk around the block after that one. Please, if you aren't CPR certified, get certified. It very well may have been the difference between that child living and dying. On a lighter note, I also had a guy call in claiming he was having a heart attack. None of the info I got from this guy indicated he was even remotely at risk for one. Mid-20s male, average weight, no history of heart problems, or any other medical history for that matter. Turns out he had smoked some particularly strong pot about 30 minutes prior to calling. Absolutely nothing wrong with him other than he was stone stupid. We got a pretty good laugh out of that one. I also took a call from a kid who was about 10 years old who thought it would be funny to prank call 911. He started off by saying there was a fire. I could hear him giggling in the background. Followed that up with meowing at me over the phone. Managed to get a good location off the call and got his address. Read the address to him and asked if that's where he lives. Click. Alright, got you now, you little sheet. Had a deputy go out to the house as is our policy and he explained the situation to the parents. Deputy told me later the kid got the ears chewing of a lifetime. Super gratifying. Repost of my comment from a similar question a while ago. On my second full-time shift it was about 11 PM on a Thursday. We get a call from a female, screaming, just screaming. That's all we heard. We lost connection. Second 911 call from the neighbor across the street. I think I just heard a gunshot and now our neighbor is screaming, yelling for help. I think something terrible happened. While my partner was getting more info from caller #2, 911 rings again, and it's the original caller. She's still screaming, but is trying to speak, even though I can't understand anything she's saying. After a couple very stern verbal slaps of "Ma'am, I need you to calm down and tell me what is going on," she's finally able to tell me that she thinks her husband just killed himself. She went on to explain that they were watching a TV show together. Everything seemed normal when he got up and said that he would be right back. Wife heard the back deck door open and close, and then she heard a gunshot. She ran to the door and just saw his feet and legs lying down on the deck. She called initially, but was unable to control herself and accidentally hung up. She was still a complete disaster when I talked to her, but I was able to get the basics of what happened and relay the info to responding officers and fire. She kept telling me that she needed to go outside and help him. Do I need to go out there? Do you need me to go out there? I don't want to see him. I can't see him. My only job at that point was to try and keep her calm and keep her from getting up from the corner of the kitchen floor where she had collapsed until police arrived and secured the weapon. They had been married 27 years, 2 kids, 3 grandkids, lived a happy life together. She had no indication that anything was wrong. Her husband got up from the couch, walked out onto the back porch, and blew his head off with a black powder pistol. I don't remember her name, but I will never be able to forget her screams. Student paramedic here. Had a call being general broadcasted over radio when I was chilling in base with my mentor. We were on a 2-man car ambulance. Operator who was broadcasting said something along the lines of, "Female, reportedly unconscious, police on scene, major trauma, pause, CPR in progress, confirmed arrest by police on scene." My mentor looks at me. "We're off in 30 minutes at the end of a night shift, but we go anyway. We're around the corner, make it there in no time at all. There's police everywhere, at least 7 squad cars." I'm nervous as hell, and so is my mentor. As we approach the house, a man emerges, handcuffed by police. He looks content enough and smiles at us as we walk by. Police shout for us to hurry. We run over with equipment to front door and are met with one of the worst scenes I've ever seen and will always be there in my mind. There's a woman lying on the ground with the left side of her head caved in, blood absolutely all over the place and brain matter scattered around the floor too. Police are doing CPR. We stop them when we see the patient has signs of pooling and rigor mortis. I'm literally sweating and on the verge of tears. This is not how I wanted my shift to end. Then, we hear from behind us more police in the house and the sounds of children. 2 kids are escorted out of a bedroom behind us with their eyes covered, and one of them asks, "What's going on? Where's mommy?" My heart melted. I've never been exactly traumatized by a job, but those kids being shielded from what just happened to their mother will stick with me forever. I bring equipment back to the ambulance as my mentor starts to do paperwork, and we wait for someone to move the body. Social services arrive and take the kids, blissfully unaware of what's just happened. Was off 3 hours late after all the paperwork and interviewing from police. Good job, but man has it left its mark on me. I had 3. 2 horrifying, but 1 kinda funny. I think I'll just share the funniest one. I took a call for a heroin O/D. Before I finish, positive outcome. No one dies in this story. Cardiac arrest just happened. Male, in his 20s. His girlfriend and his mate call. They are very compliant. After a little distress, the girlfriend is actually fairly awesome, even though she's stoned. She gets right into CPR, listening to my instructions. I see on my screen the ambulance has arrived, and I'm calmly starting to prepare her for them coming in. Minutes pass, and no one has entered the house. I'm used to a little delay, but this is unusual. I'm about to flag my supervisor, but she's on her way over from dispatch. "Hey, Flipperfrog, can you ask the caller to tell her friends to stop throwing deck chairs? Our guys can't get in until they do." Apparently, this was a druggy house, and there were a couple of others standing up on the 1st floor balcony, throwing deck chairs. I told her girlfriend Hey, can you ask your friends to stop throwing deck chairs? We can't get our officers in while they're doing that, and we might have to call the police in. What the fuck? The phone drops, and I can hear her yelling in the background, stuff being thrown, and I'm trying to get some attention back, because I think CPR has stopped. Finally, there's quiet, and I can hear the ambulance enter the house and take control, so I end the call. I checked in with the crew later, and they told me the guys were off their face and thought the ambus were there to steal their things, and they needed to defend their territory, or something. With deck chairs. It's always left me wondering how many damn deck chairs did they have. Hard to pick just one, so many memories that will never leave me. I was training a paramedic to answer calls and this eerie dude called. Lots of heavy breathing, weird metal sounds clicking in the background. Told us he had serious bleeding, but would not specify from where/what. My paramedic trainee whispered to me his paramedic friends were going to this job. He whispered it in a happy not concerned voice, and I was freaking out. I had chills. The caller said stuff like please, don't turn the ambulance lights on and park around the back, because I don't want anyone to know you're here, and I'm upstairs and the door is unlocked and sorry no lights in my house work like in a, I will kill someone soon, way. We radioed the crew, and told them not to go in, and police have been dispatched. To stand off until they arrived. But of course we stayed on the line with heavy breathing guy who said he was in the upstairs cupboard, waiting. Next thing I knew I heard the paramedics' voices call out where are you? And the police were still 15 minutes away. Totally thought they would die. Like, the paramedics' voices in my head forever, and that helpless look on my trainee's face. We were all silent and the caller was heavy breathing not responding. Then there you are. I found you. You were in the cupboard. How can I help? Oh here let me help you hang up the phone. The paramedics didn't die, but the dude was sitting in the closet with a gun and bullets, and he had cut his scrotum open, and was stuffing it full of tissues, to stop the bleeding I guess. Around 7 AM, male calls and says his wife is non-responsive, difficulty breathing, after her night shift at Waffle House. I dispatch in northern Kentucky, so an opioid overdose is suspected and probable. The caller was defensive and didn't want to answer questions, and I heard him talking to his young daughter in the background. The squad got there, confirmed overdose, 2 doses of Narcan revived her, and they transported her to the hospital. Basically the most normal and best outcome overdose call I would deal with. Around 1 PM the same day, I get a 911 call from a very scared, but as calm as can be, young girl. I answered the phone, where is your emergency? To which she answered daddy did what mommy did. I didn't get it at first. I had probably taken 3 to 4 more overdoses that morning, so it didn't click. She told me he was breathing a little, but couldn't tell me her address. I couldn't send anyone to her without knowing where she was. I remembered my trainer saying something about getting a license plate from outside if a child, maybe diabetic patient, calls and is not able to give an accurate address. Got the plate, got the registered owner's address, and then it clicked. This child had to witness both of her parents overdosing at the age of about 7. I want to hug whoever taught her to call 911. Having an 8-year-old daughter now just makes me want to hug her. Obligatory not me, but a friend was working the incoming police calls during the 22nd of July 2011 in Norway. She spent a lot of time in therapy after that day. It starts with an incoming call as usual, but she was oblivious to the fact that other calls had started coming in from Utah Island, and answered her call completely unprepared. As soon as she answered the call her ears were filled with true and raw terror. A young girl whispering with a voice so scared and trembling that it was hard to hear her clearly. He's here. Please come help us. Oh my god, he's here. I can hear him. I can hear the shots. He's shooting at us. Where are you? And this was just repeated several times. The girl at the other end never answered my friend's question. She was too scared. Then suddenly a shot is heard, and the voice stops. My friend hears more shots and cries for help, then more shots moving away. The call's still active. My friend gets up, and can see other police officers running around. Bewildered looks. Chaos erupts, as the carnage has just reached the police. She handled a lot of calls from terrified children and teenagers that day, and what haunts her to this day was her inability to actually communicate with them through their terror. Almost every call ended abruptly or completely without the kids hearing her questions, answers, and information. I don't know if this will ever see the light of day on this post, but I've been a police officer for the better part of 2 years. In my short tenure I have had the great pleasure of saving a few lives, including a 2-year-old who was purple and at the bottom of a pool when I arrived on scene. She lived, and oddly enough I went to school with the parents of this child. However, that is unfortunately not my most memorable call. It has to be a tie between two of the most gruesome scenes I have ever had to handle. The first being an apparent suicide. We were just clearing the station and the call goes out that this man had just shot himself in the bathroom while his wife was in there showering. Sure enough, the whole squad and I show up, and out this lady runs holding a 2-year-old baby, and she is screaming in horror, crying and begging for us to save him. However, there wasn't much left to save. Single gunshot to the head and plenty of brain matter. As I entered the room and smelled the iron in the air, I verified with rescue that he was deceased and proceeded to comfort the wife. The lady sobbed on my shoulder for 10 minutes, asking me why, asking me how, asking me what was it that she did. To this day I can't shake the feeling I get when I pass that neighborhood. My second story is quite simple and short. After working a scene for a shooting, I get sent on a check on the welfare call. I work in a rural area, however our county stretched wide, and I end up west into a large swampland. The area is primarily inhabited by migrant workers and people who just prefer simpler living away from society. Essentially, I arrive at this shanty town of 3 to 4 makeshift trailers with racked on porches. I wouldn't call the living conditions fit for an animal, truth be told. My reporting person was a 45-year-old male who hadn't heard from him 75-year-old father in 2 weeks. Upon my arrival, I could smell the smell. If you work in this line of work, you know what I'm talking about. It's the one where your skin crawls and you are already thinking, I'm gonna need to grab the tape. I don't do just that yet. I make my way to the trailer, where the smell is becoming more rancid. Upon the doorsteps to the porch lay the rotting remains of a kitten, skeletal and some meat still there, yet to be picked off by the vermin. I approach the trailer door, and from the bottom of the door I can see the spill. For those of you who don't know, once the human body sits for too long it essentially liquefies. This man was so far gone that his spill had been seeping out. I have fire rescue break the door down, and sure enough, right off the bedside is the father. Long gone, essentially rotten after having sat inside of a trailer for at least a week and a half in southern Florida heat and humidity in the summertime. It is the sight of a human body, so decayed and so far gone, that I will never forget. Unfortunately for me, I'm used to the smell, so whereas my partner couldn't get past the kitten, I was left to do the actual police work and inspect the corpse for signs of trauma. Believe it or not, it's rather hard to do that when you have a corpse so muddy and face sunken in that you can't even identify the deceased. I will never forget that day. I will never forget what I saw. And I will never stop wondering how that kitten died on that porch. I have shared this before, but one that sticks with me is a 14-year-old girl that calls the police for a disturbance. Officers show up and everything seems average. Parents advise the reporting party is upset because she isn't allowed to go out with her boyfriend. Officers are getting ready to leave after being there for 40 minutes, but something seems off to them. The two officers take the 14-year-old outside and near their patrol units to speak to her. While they are walking outside, the girl's mother, stepfather and two sisters go and stand on the porch to see if they can see what is going on. They are unable to hear due to their officers and girl being on the other side of the street. It was then when the stepfather started pacing and went inside. The girl breaks down and tells the officers that her stepdad has been sexually assaulting her for years and he didn't want her to go see her boyfriend because he was jealous. The officers look up, and at that moment they see the stepfather shoot the mother in the back of the head. He proceeds to shoot the reporting party's older sister in the chest and her younger sister in the leg as they started running away. One officer returns fire, while the other is shielding the reporting party. The stepfather runs inside and barricades himself. The reporting party tells the officer that her two brothers are inside with the stepfather. Backup arrives and surround the home. The officers make forced entry after they hear gunfire from inside. They storm the residence and find the stepfather has shot himself in the head with his 2 biological sons in the same room. The mother died instantly. The older sister died instantly. The younger sister was hospitalized. I don't know if she made it. Just know she was flown to a hospital miles away. This 14-year-old lost her family. Later the investigators were taking her statement and her only reply was, "Last time I tried to tell someone the truth I lost my family. Doesn't matter what I say. I'm alone now." It took hours to get in contact with the family. Eventuality we were able to get in touch with her grandparents and she left with them. I think about this kid a lot and hope she is okay. A lot of sad ones here, so I'll go light-hearted. Long read, but this was one of the first calls that I've ever gotten. It was a night shift call, around 10 p.m. Lady calls in that her husband has overdosed, trying to kill himself. Protocol says we have to get the police en route and have medics stage a little ways away from the scene just for safety purposes. People on drugs can be crazy. Our dispatch center only sends out fire/medics, so we don't have direct contact with the police. We have to call their dispatcher to get officers en route. The guy that overdosed was still conscious and his wife didn't know what he had taken, so we definitely couldn't send the ambulance in first. This particular area is way out in the country, backwoods Alabama, so we have volunteer fire departments to cover it. They aren't the brightest of firemen. They are very ready to get into the action. They live for this sheet, even though they don't get paid for it. This is important to note. So after a few minutes, one police officer gets on scene, and right after that the ambulance and VFD arrives at the staging area. A few minutes later a second police officer arrives on scene. Then about 5 minutes later a third officer. This is very unusual, as typically one officer gets on scene and says that it's secure, and we send medics in to evaluate the patient and transport him either to the hospital or to jail, but we haven't heard anything at this point from the police dispatch. Over the volunteer radio frequency I hear the gung-ho volunteer come over and say, 911, this is VFD1, there's 3 sheriffs on scene. I'ma proceed on up there, and immediately he is interrupted by a police officer who never uses that frequency. Negative VFD1. Negative, do not approach my scene. We all died laughing up here, but that's when we knew something was up. I found out later that while the police were on scene, this man had tried to kill himself again. He had somehow got a hold of a gun, pointed it at his head and it misfired. He then fought off 2 officers, got a knife, and cut his arm the wrong way trying to kill himself. Then somehow got away from 3 officers who faking tased him and ran outside. He climbed a giant TVA electricity tower not far from his house, grabbed something up top of the tower trying to electrocute himself to death. He survived but set off an explosion that knocked out power for a nearby city. Well, during all of this, the fine folks of backwoods Alabama all started coming out of their houses, which led to a great mix of Bud Light and Capenogen drama. The VFD medics and ambulance rolled up to the scene, waiting to see how they would get this guy down. The rednecks all started bringing mattresses out and put them below the tower, as if that was going to help this guy survive an 60+ foot fall. As this was going on, one of the family members was in a mood and tried to fist fight the ambulance crew. He got arrested, and we had to send another ambulance for our first ambulance. Just after the assailant was being put in the cop car, old redneck Rasputin decided he had enough. He jumped off of the tower. When he jumped, his aunt and cousin both passed out in the middle of the street, so we needed more ambulances for them. Redneck Rasputin ended up bouncing off of the metal beams and landed on the mattresses and somehow survived. The fall knocked him unconscious and they loaded him up and took him to the hospital, and that was the end of his adventure. This mofo had overdosed, tried to shoot himself, tried to cut himself, fought with 3 police officers, tried to shock himself, and tried to kill himself with gravity, and survived it all. A few hours later, and 4 ambulances in total. For reference, our county typically has 5 in service in total. He ended up going to jail, and as far as I know is still alive and kicking until this day. Been a dispatcher/operator for a year and a half now. I've had basically everything from parents finding dead kids, to an 11-year-old at home who was stabbed in a home invasion, to people reporting barking dogs and parking in front of a fire hydrant. I haven't had to deliver a baby on the phone yet though. Worst call, as the dispatcher hearing one of my officers call out he's been shot on the radio. He ended up being okay and was back on duty 4 months later, but that was a whirlwind of emotions for a few days. Funniest call, child caller, probably 7 to 10-year-old male, called 911, didn't respond for a few seconds, then very quietly says you're a beach and hangs up. But it was so funny the way he said it, like he had just learned the word and was testing it out to see how it sounded. The call was over in 5 seconds. We didn't get a GPS ping, and he didn't really sound like he was in distress, so we didn't send out any response. Most common 911 call, traffic complaints. In my area they probably catch 1/100th of the traffic complaints called in. The geographic area is just so big, and unless you have someone following specifically to get them in trouble, which we discourage, even a 1-minute head start can result in them not being found. Still call that sheet in. Who knows if there's an officer right around the corner. Other pro tips when calling 911. We are trained to take control of the call. In my area from the moment you call in I'm asking you questions. What's the address? What's your phone number? What's your name? What's the problem? You don't need to say anything unless prompted. Saying get here fast doesn't help. It only slows down response while I try to figure out what's going on. Of course in the moment, when there's a lot of emotion, a child who's unresponsive, or a bad car accident or whatever, it's entirely known you'll be freaking out. So just try your best to answer our questions. Fun edit. I took a 911 call that went something like this after the call entry, address/phone number/name. Well, I'm the manager here at this Goodwill, and last night 2 of my employees, well, they didn't really get into a fight, but they were really aggressive with each other, and I think they would have started fighting if we didn't get them separated. Anyway, they were both scheduled this afternoon and only one of them showed up on time. He was here about 2 hours ago, and the other guy never showed up. Then he came in a few minutes ago and stabbed that guy in the neck 3 times with a box cutter. Lady, maybe lead with that next time. Also, guy was transported non-emergent to the hospital and released the same day. I guess the first guy really sucks at stabbing people. He got arrested and is still in jail. I'm no operator, but I know of a good one that no one in my family will ever forget. My cousin has fetal alcohol syndrome and paranoid schizophrenia. At this time she was about 22, and Justin Bieber was first rising to stardom. That's important for later. My aunt never knew how to properly care for my cousin, and as a result she was left largely untreated. My aunt put her in a small apartment in a bad part of town, and my cousin started getting in trouble with the authorities. A lot. She didn't know how to take care of herself, and would break the law without even realizing it, stealing, public nudity, touching or threatening people, and since police don't know how to handle someone like her, she'd get scared and fight back. Lots of arrests for assaulting an officer. Her apartment was also regularly burgled, since people started figuring out that she didn't lock her doors, and if they stole her TV, a new one would magically appear, courtesy of my aunt, to steal again. My cousin never called these in, however. One day, my aunt is contacted by the police regarding my cousin, and we are all assuming it's the usual. But they say she reported breaking and entering, as well as burgling and kidnapping. We were all very confused. Then they asked if we knew anyone who went by the name Justin Bieber. Here's what happened. My cousin had a severe schizophrenic episode in which she hallucinated that she not only had a baby, but that Justin Bieber, yes, that Justin Bieber, had broken into her house to steal said baby. So she called it in. The police came and found her apartment properly burgled, so they started investigating. Never found the guy who actually stole her stuff, but the police quickly established that a baby was not among the stolen property, and that the Biebs was on tour and could not possibly have done the deed. But then again, never say never. I'm number 911 operator, but I read about a call that I will never forget. A woman called 911, but pretended to call a pizza delivery hotline because her abusive boyfriend might find out. The operator thought it was a prank when she said she wanted to order pizza. Luckily, the operator figured out what was really happening and asked her if, and you can't talk about it because there's someone in the room with you? The conversation is below. I just admire the cleverness of the woman. Operator, 911, where is your emergency? Woman, 123 Main Street. Operator, okay, what's going on there? Woman, I'd like to order a pizza for delivery. Operator, ma'am, you've reached 911. Woman, yeah, I know. Can I have a large with half pepperoni, half mushroom and peppers? Operator, I'm sorry, you know you've called 911 right? Woman, yeah, do you know how long it will be? Operator, okay, ma'am, is everything okay over there? Do you have an emergency? Woman, yes, I do. Operator, and you can't talk about it because there's someone in the room with you? Woman, yes, that's correct. Do you know how long it will be? Operator, I have an officer about a mile from your location. Are there any weapons in your house? Woman, nope. Operator, can you stay on the phone with me? Woman, nope. See you soon, thanks. I used to take 911 calls for my county in Maine, and then I dispatched for the largest town in the county. I know a lot of the people at the 911 call center very well, so if there was a call they sent over to me for dispatch that was interesting / weird / hard, they'd message me on our system asking about it. To calls in my time there stand out quite a bit. When I was working the 911 side of things, about a week into call taking, so I had a trainer right there with me, I got a call from one of our rural towns. Most of the towns are fairly rural. It was a 9 to 10-year-old boy telling me that his mom was in the front seat of her truck and that she wasn't breathing and wouldn't wake up. I had to walk him through dragging his mom out of the seat and onto the ground so he could start CPR. Because of where he was located, it took about 15 minutes for the first EMT to get there. We found out later that she had overdosed on heroin about 12 hours before that car and her legs wouldn't flatten out, but stayed in a seated position. The other one was when I was dispatching. The guy called 911, gave his address and phone number, and confirmed them both. When asked for his name, he simply said that he didn't want to be found by his family and hung the phone up. One of the guys I knew at the call center let me know all this and said he had a really bad feeling about it. I sent 2 officers because I did as well. The officers arrived about 4 to 5 minutes after the initial call came in, and he had already shot himself in the head. The worst part of this was his mom, mother-in-law, brothers, and wife called in every 20 to 30 minutes asking for updates because he had made a Facebook post with a link to a website he had created as his suicide note. I wasn't able to tell them anything more than officers are there and will contact you shortly. The website, copied and pasted into Word, had 15 to 20 pages worth of writing, mostly to his young son about how he was better off without him in his life, and how it was better that he was dead. It's hard to say what will always stick with me cause I try not to dwell on the really bad stuff. So, here's some random thoughts. The first time I helped deliver a baby was stressful as fuck. I remember picking up the phone and getting a "this call is gonna be rough" feeling. Second time I knew what to do. Any domestic is rough because you can never tell how serious it is and you have to make sure you treat it as serious as possible. I just had one today where the woman kept saying she didn't feel safe but wouldn't elaborate. She told me she got a cab and hung up on me and wouldn't answer callbacks. When cops got on scene it was just her husband. What is he gonna say? Another woman claimed she was kidnapped. I had to stick with yes or no questions. Cops finally get her on the highway. She gets a ride back to the station. The men she was with didn't. I have no idea what happened after that. There was recently a kitten that got tossed in a toll booth. It was rescued though. I want to adopt it, but right now I don't have the ability to care for a cat. Off-duty firefighters are always so fucking rude. You'd think they know that first responders can't fly. If they mention they're a firefighter there's like a 30% increase in gonna get screamed at. There are so many I'll never forget as long as I live, but there are 2 that stand out. The first was one of the very first 911 calls I ever took as a dispatcher on my own. It was right at the beginning of the shift. I got a call from a woman who was screaming and crying hysterically. Thank God she called from a landline, or I doubt I'd have ever gotten an address out of her. It turns out she'd woken up that morning and saw the light was on in the garage. This was unusual because her husband always turns it off when he leaves for work, so she goes to investigate. When she gets to the garage, she finds him laying there with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest. This is where I tried getting her to control the bleeding, since she said he was still breathing, but the whole time she was just screaming and begging him not to leave her, and the kids asking him how he could do this to her. Her screams and pleading cries are something I can still hear clear as day, and it's been almost a decade. Unfortunately, there was nothing we could do, even though we made it on scene within 6 minutes from the start of the call. The second has a happier ending. It was the wee hours of the morning when the call came in. It was a woman who was frantic and hysterical. Her 6-month-old infant was unconscious, not breathing, and had turned blue. I get the call entered, then start trying to walk her through infant CPR. I had to speak a little more forcefully than normal to get her attention and break through the hysterics, to get her to listen to me, but finally she did and started CPR. I kept pace for her and kept encouraging her until responders got on scene and took over. They were able to get a pulse back, and by the time they got to the hospital, the infant was breathing on its own again. I will always remember that one, because even if I never have another successful CPR call, at least it made a difference once when it really counted. There are tons more, and I'd be glad to share if interested, but I've already written a wall of text as it is, lol. It's not an official number, but I hope it counts too. I, voluntary, work for a crisis counseling line for minors. One of the most important things for us is that the person calling is totally anonymous. We are not allowed to take any personal data, and there are very strict rules for us to call the police. You would basically need someone to tell you he will commit a crime. Address and time confirmed, then it has to go through 3 instances until we inform the police and may look at the calling number. One time, we had this girl calling. She was in her early teens, I guess like 13. It started harmless as she talked about her strict parents and her problems with them, but then she told about the rules. She wasn't allowed to decide what she's wearing. She wasn't allowed to wear underwear. She had to accept that there were unknown men visiting her at home. She had to go at least once a week with her aunt to something that was like a strange hall, where she and other minors, most of them female, everyone at least half naked, had to stay for some time. There were adults around, watching them. Sometimes girls left with the adults. It was like this since several years, like age 8 or SMTH, with a growing amount, and as she was separated from normal, healthy peers, she did just recently realized that what happened to her was probably not a normal thing to happen to young girls. She noticed it because she got an intimate piercing recently. She knew she was too young for that, so that was her point. And there were like 5, not sure about the exact number, may have also been 3 to 10, adult males, plus her parents, in the room with her, watching point. It was horrifying to even listen to that. I cannot imagine how this girl may have felt, and I'm quite sure she didn't tell about everything. And to know that there's probably ring of pedophiles and professional child abusers somewhere doing this to their own children, and there's absolutely nothing you could do about it, is something you don't forget that fast. There are some other hard calls from time to time, but mostly just tragic events without any clear perpetrators. Transfer from primary agency for a medical. Infant possibly not breathing / unconscious. Part mother states foam and blood coming from baby's mouth. Mother won't stop yelling, not screaming, just being loud, except when she says, "Fuck, real angry, that baby is dead." Have to speak to her sharply to get her to answer me, as she's gone off on a rambling story about how she woke up from a nap and the baby was dead with blood coming from its mouth. I'm instantly suspicious because she doesn't sound scared or concerned or even truly angry, just irritated. I'm trying to get her to initiate CPR, as she hasn't stated baby is both cold and stiff, so per protocol I have to badger people in that scenario to start compressions. Mother refuses. I attempt to switch to guilt. "So, you're refusing to help?" is an effective question to throw at people who are squeamish about compressions. At no point has she expressed sadness or anything. Her story suddenly changes after 2 minutes, and now she didn't lay down for a nap. She was standing in her bedroom and something hit her in the back of the head, and when she woke up, the baby was dead, and now she can't remember anything. Still trying to get her to start CPR, but now I'm pumping her for information on a recorded line, and just kind of letting her talk, while regularly trying to redirect her to start CPR. Mother lights cigarette, won't stop saying, "I can't believe this is happening to me." Sounds like super entitled people sound when they want to talk to a manager. See her all over the news for having killed her baby the next day. Call out for 2 nights, because I can't get her voice out of my head. When she changed her story, I could hear her smiling. Just the tone of her voice was her congratulating herself on coming up with a foolproof story. At one point she even said, "yeah," to herself like she was convincing herself, and I never want to listen to someone develop their lie that they intend to use to cover for killing their 2-week-old ever again. My first year on the job, I was working alone one night when we had a walk-in in the lobby at 5:45 in the morning. She and her mother were requesting a welfare check on her brother's girlfriend. He had shown up unexpectedly at her apartment with his 3-year-old son and seemed upset. All he would say to her is "it's over and over." She stated her brother and his girlfriend had an on and off relationship, and she was worried they'd gotten into a fight. The call is in my buddy's area, so I dispatch him. No answer at the door. Ask the supervisor what his pleasure is. Says to send the fire department to make forced entry. By this time the patrol sergeant, poor guy was on an overtime shift, has joined my buddy, who's chatting on the phone with me. We are laughing over how this girl's probably gone to sleep after a breakup/argument and the poor thing is gonna wake up to like 6 dudes in her bedroom demanding to know if she's okay 99% of the time. That's how it goes. Well, turns out she was not okay. The boyfriend had strangled her to death in front of their kid, then dropped the kid off with his sister and mum, and faked off to California. They caught him there about a year later. But we all wound up staying very late that day. I had to give a written and verbal statement to state police and later had to testify in front of a grand jury. The whole thing was pretty bonkers, especially for how relatively new I was. Lol. Previous ambulance call handler, now dispatcher, soon to be EMT with a future call in no particular order. Still remember my first cardiac arrest call address. Received call from male driving to work. He got a phone call from one of his kids advising they couldn't wake mum, 35 off, to take them to school. Trudged with the little information he had, obtained the landline number for the property, and called his children. Ascertained pretty quickly with the kids on scene that mum wasn't breathing. Giving instructions to an 10-year-old and a 6-year-old how to drag mum off the bed, and listening to them start CPR while crying their little hearts out is something that will always stick with me. They were audibly upset and panicking, freaking out, but I think they were so naive to the severity of the situation. I heard one of them saying to his brother, it's okay, the ambulance men will fix her." They were absolutely incredible, did everything I said, and tried everything they could, but unfortunately she was already deceased once crew arrived on scene. I still wish I could meet them to give them a hug, tell them how sorry I am, but how proud of them I was on that day. This is a really difficult one to put into words as I really don't know what the situation was. Took a call from dad of a 6-year-old who had been found not breathing stuck under a bar and they could not clarify exactly what had happened. The parents were not panicked. Mum sounded eerily calm in the background. Gave resus instructions, PT and resp on crew arrival, blue lighted in, unsure of outcome. Police came into control room and obtained a recording of the call and asked me a few questions. I spoke to colleagues about it and speculated what may have happened. It almost sounded like this little girl got stuck under the crossbeam of a piece of furniture or something, I thought. It doesn't make sense how she got under it, nor how such a young person could manage to get underneath something of such a weight to cause this significant airway compromise. That one will stay with me because something was so suspicious and just didn't feel right about the whole incident. I checked the news for the local area for months to try and find answers to no avail. Edit. If you read this and are working a similar role, know you are making a huge difference and are amazing, even if it doesn't always feel that way. I have a funny one to lighten up the thread. From my grandfather's time of being a 911 operator. He received a call from a man on the side of the road. The man is asking all these questions about roadkill and what to do if you hit an animal. My grandfather politely tells him to call animal control or wildlife, fish and game, depending on the animal and if it's dead or not. But the man seems more frazzled and isn't truly asking what he wants to know. My grandfather is a no-nonsense guy and goes spit it out already. Man, well, I'm asking if I hit and killed a deer with my car, can I take it home to eat it? My grandfather had a long silence. Technically no, the man couldn't. It has to be reported to the wildlife office, but he also understood times were tough. Grandfather, have you already loaded the animal into your vehicle? Man, oh yeah. Grandfather, and you're sure it's dead? Long silence as the man shuffles to check. My grandfather said he heard some distant screaming and swearing, a loud commotion and then silence. The man suddenly comes back. Man, could you send an ambulance to my location? The buck dug an antler into my shoulder and got away. I recently had a call where a mom came home to find her adult son's belongings all neatly set in piles and each pile had a note with the name of who he wanted the items given to. He had been going through a tough time lately, recently split up with his wife, there were custody issues, he'd recently lost his job. There was no previous history of suicide threats or attempts. Finding his belongings like that was a terrifying red flag. His mom was absolutely panicked, and I did everything I could to reassure her that we were taking this seriously and we were throwing all of our resources into finding her son. Even through her panic she was kind and polite to talk to as I gathered as much information as I could. I got the call on the screen almost instantly because I realized how serious this was. It wasn't just going to be a cry for help. We had to find this young man before he killed himself. We pinged his phone and got a location out of our jurisdiction with a huge radius. We requested the other police services assistance and conveyed how critical this likely was. It broke my heart when he was found dead. We did everything we could to find him before he did it, and we failed, and I'll never forget that call. 000 in Australia, but same idea. Worst was a mother who was just screaming. This pure, primal, guttural anguish. Never heard such an awful sound in my life. After a lot of calming talk I was able to get her address and discover that she was screaming because she had just found the lifeless body of her 15-year-old son dangling from an electric cord in his wardrobe. In her panic she couldn't give me the required description of an obviously dead person, so I had to treat it as recoverable and get her to do CPR on his corpse, both of us knowing how futile it is. That one haunted me for a long time. Too many others to mention. Off the top of my head, caller tells me about her boyfriend, who has a laceration, but eventually reveals she thinks he's possessed by the devil. I ask to speak to somebody else and get onto a very smart but terrified 12-year-old girl who says her mother has gone crazy and stabbed her boyfriend. Distressed woman who is lost in the outback, has no idea where she is or where she has been, and only speaks Turkish. Spoke to a man who tried to commit seppuku. He stabbed himself in the abdomen and sliced it open, and his intestines were hanging out but undamaged. He was conscious, talking conversationally, very calm and cooperative. It's a hell of a job. I'll share my mom's story because she doesn't do the Reddit. She's a retired dispatcher who still fills in to help sometimes, and this is her favorite story. She gets a call one night from a local guy who considered himself the lone neighborhood watch. Incidentally, we'd seen him a lot because he mostly patrolled, and I use that term loosely, an area near our house. He was one of those retired, righteous, do-gooder types that ironically inspired some 911 calls himself because hey, this weird dude walks around the neighborhood all night. He'd call in a lot to report suspicious behavior. Real menacing stuff like kids on bikes after dark or a car driving down a cul-de-sac only to turn around and drive out of it. One night he calls about 2 AM and he's in complete hysterics. A group of kids had assaulted him. My mom starts to take the info of where he's at, how badly is he injured, and all those details. She's thinking an ambulance will be needed and starting to really worry for this cantankerous doom merchant when he reveals that, well, he's not really hurt. He was on his nightly patrol when a group of kids in a car had the audacity to drive by and assault him. With what weapon? A gun? A rock? Their fists? No, they had thrown half a banana at him. So, she keeps herself from losing her shit laughing at her console and says she'll have an officer contact him to take a report on this banana incident, and they hang up. Moments later he calls back and he is losing his mind. He needs all the cops to descend on the neighborhood right this minute. The criminal ingrates return to assault him a second time. The weapon? Literally the other half of the same banana. This guy was a card. She has a lot of sad and traumatic stories, but also a lot of funny ones. 911 dispatchers deal with seriously awful moments, but I think most of her days just required consistent patience and empathy. The majority of her calls were from people who were drunk or high, spending most of the call yelling at her, local people with mental health needs who were scared or confused, and a lot of calls just for information to the non-emergency line. Another one on a lighter note, to balance out the previous grim call I posted. I had a lady call who was sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. I determined it wasn't a medical issue, but she wasn't making much sense through the sobbing. I finally get her calmed down a little, so she could relate what the issue is. She said that she was at a full-serve gas station. I didn't even know those existed anymore where I live, and the attendant had pumped too much gas into her car. She had only asked for $20, and they had filled her tank. Then she breaks down sobbing again. I ask her if the attendant is being rude, or if they were threatening her, because I still couldn't figure out what the crying was all about. She said no, the attendant apologized, and they gave me a receipt for the gas. Okay, I say, then what is the issue? She burst into tears again, and said that she was afraid they'd chase her down if she tried to leave and say that she'd stolen the gas. I went over what the attendant said to her again, that clearly the attendant acknowledged it was a mistake, so she was free to leave. She was still sobbing when I said I had to let her go, because this was not a matter for 911. The very next call I get comes in on the non-emergency line, and it's the attendant from the gas station. She's super worried about the lady having the meltdown over getting at least $20 in free gas. She's pretty sure the lady isn't fit to drive due to all of the tears. The attendant was just as baffled as I was over the lady's reaction to free gas. So this is sort of different than what the question is asking, but it's something I won't ever forget. There was a terrible accident outside of my neighborhood. It happens all the time. The turn is horrible, and as I was in the car driving around the accident, I saw them lift up a car, and then all the paramedics kind of jump back, or open their mouths in shock. Didn't understand what was going on until later. My friend's dad is a cop, and responded to that call of the accident. I asked my friend if he knew anything about what happened. He did, and I kind of wish he didn't. The people involved in the accident were a motorcyclist and a person in a car. The motorcyclist somehow fell off his bike, and a car, in attempt to avoid him, tried to swerve, but somehow ended up flipping his car on top of the guy on the ground. So the motorcyclist, with the car on top of his legs, was somehow conscious and able to talk to the paramedics. Apparently he said something about feeling like he had broken ribs, but he couldn't feel his legs. So they lift the car off him, and apparently he just faking fell apart. The car wore holding his crushed body together, but as soon as they lifted it up, his insides just came out of him, and he died immediately. I'm very glad I didn't witness it. Dispatcher for about 3 years now. I don't have many calls that stick with me, thankfully, but no one does this job and escapes unscathed. The one that stands out the most was my first, and thankfully only, shots fired call. December of 2017, right before Christmas. I sent a few officers to a cab, questionable activity, basically the catch-all for anything suspicious but undefined. With basically no information, all we had was a woman screaming about someone trying to take her child and a lot of noise. The call taker was trying her hardest to get anything out of this lady, but she was understandably upset and couldn't focus on answering questions. 4 minutes after the officers arrived on scene, one of them keys up screaming, shots fired, man down, I need aid here immediately, shots fired. He probably spoke for less than 10 seconds, but that was the longest 10 seconds of my life. I cannot begin to explain to people the chills I feel when I think or talk about this call, how awful the officer's voice sounded, and the fear I felt. It is a sound unlike any other, that only someone who has been through it too can understand. It was like my heart simultaneously stopped and was going 1,000 beats a minute. One of the really hard things about dispatch is that you rarely get to know what happened. You send out the call, do what you need to do, and then you go on to the next one. About a month after that day, one of the sergeants asked me to sit down and debrief. What happened was that this woman, the caller, was out walking in the neighborhood with her family when this guy came up and tried to grab her child. The caller's husband and father got into a fight with the guy, who was eventually dragged back by his wife back to their own house nearby. As the officers arrived and started investigating, the guy loaded up with an assault rifle, a handgun, and a few hundred rounds of ammo. As he exited his house, one of the officers saw him, screamed at him to drop his weapons, and as the guy raised his rifle and aimed at the officer fired off 5 shots. The man died on scene, despite the officers' and firefighters' efforts. The officer was deemed justified in the subsequent investigation, and according to the state, if not for his actions we would have been dealing with a mass shooting. I don't often think of that day, it doesn't keep me up at night or give me nightmares, but occasionally something reminds me of it, and I get goosebumps remembering that officer's voice ringing in my ears. On to the next call. Listening to a husband watch his wife die in front of him whilst his ambulance was off chasing a hoax call. I'm a 999 call handler for the ambulance service in the UK, so only deal with medical calls. I took a call from a man whose wife, mid-60s, had collapsed in the bathroom. She was still conscious and breathing, but was really poorly. Something seemed off, so I stayed on the line. This was coded as a call requiring an emergency response, but not the top priority, so when my colleague next to me took a call for a top priority call about 10 miles from my address, the crew who had been driving to mine got reassigned to that job. I got another ambulance assigned pretty quickly, but it was from further away, adding 15 minutes to the wait. Throughout the call, the husband, an ex-policeman, was crying and begging me to hurry, asking for information on where they were that he knew I couldn't give. When the crew were mere minutes away, he suddenly stopped and said, "Oh God, she's gone," and I heard the phone clatter to the ground as he rushed to her. I tried to call out to him to find out what was happening, knowing that I was about to have to tell him to do CPR, but he didn't come back. It was the longest 2 minutes of my life waiting to hear the sound of the crew rushing in. They attempted resuscitation, but she sadly didn't make it. Had the original ambulance not been diverted, they would have been there before she arrested. As it were, they were trying to locate a female who had been kidnapped, was being viciously assaulted, stabbed, injected with drugs, raped, etc. All a complete fabrication courtesy of a scorned ex-boyfriend. To add to this, my colleague next to me taking this call knew it was a hoax, but we cannot judge the integrity of the caller, and had to take it seriously. Some pissed off ex-boyfriend thought wasting an ambulance was all fun and games whilst a man watched his life partner die in front of him. I cried so much. With anger, sadness, and frustration. I know there's nothing I can do, but I still feel like I failed that man. We advised the police of what happened, but I doubt anything will come of it. I just hope that man can carry on his life and doesn't blame me for what happened. Got a 911 call from a hysterical 13-year-old girl saying someone was in her house trying to hurt her and her mom. Mom grabs the phone from her and tells me her husband has been shot and is dying. She took herself and her son and daughter upstairs and locked themselves in a bedroom. I was able to get the address, the name of the suspect, their neighbor, and a basic description. Male, white, gray sweatshirt. I ask if he came on foot or in a vehicle and I don't get any type of response, and I'm left with an open line. I start hearing slamming and shrieking followed by gunshots, which aren't as loud as you'd think over the phone. More shrieks of terror and then silence. The suspect had kicked in the door, shot and killed the mother and her 8-year-old son, and shot the 13-year-old daughter through her hands and into her face. She was the only one that survived. Officers pulled up right as he was shooting them and immediately put out a call of officers in trouble. The suspect ran out of the house with the gun and the officers opened fire on him. Suspect died at the hospital about 2 hours later. The call went as well as it could have possibly gone. It was less than 1 minute in the time from when the call started to the open line, and I was able to get the absolute critical details through her panic. The first unit on scene was quite literally right around the corner from the house when the shooting call was put out. I work as an EMT in the and on an ambulance, and there have been a lot of calls that will always stay with me, but the one that really sticks out was from a few months ago. IMS is dispatched to a possible drowning, and when they get there it turns out it's a 18-mph-old boy who drowned in the bathtub because grandma fell asleep while she was watching her 3 grandchildren, 7, 5, and 18 mths, and the 7-year-old decided to give the other 2 a bath. By the time the little boy rolls through the bay doors, he's blue, wet, and cold. His initial body temp at start of hospital CPR was 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Has been down approximate an hour before EMS gets there, and he was down another hour while we worked him in the so he was down a total of 2 hours approximate. During CPR the mother burst in the room screaming and crying, and every single one of us are already on the verge of losing it, so when that happens we are all running this code in tears. On the final pulse check, right before the doctor was going to call it, we get a pulse, and it's a strong one. The look of shock on the doctor's and everyone else's face was priceless, because no one expected a positive outcome. The kid survived, although with an anoxic brain injury, because of being down without oxygen for so long, but he survived nonetheless. I'm convinced his low body temp, and the particular doctor that took the code that day is the only reason he survived. I'm not sure what his quality of life will be going forward, but I have kept tabs on him since that day, and even though he has the brain injury, the doctors say that he is exceeding their expectations daily even with the injury. Edit. The kid was 14 mths old, not 18 mths. Not that it matters, but I just wanted to clarify that. I was a dispatcher for about 4 years in a rural county. The worst call I got was a hunting accident. A guy took his 6-year-old son out hunting with him and gave the kid a loaded rifle to carry with him. The kid, while trying to get through tamarack bushes, grabbed the weapon by the barrel and dragged it behind him. The weapon got caught on a branch and discharged into the kid's head. The father called 911, got me and didn't know where he was at, as he wasn't familiar with the area and it wasn't his land. All he could tell me was that they had passed a lake or pond on a dirt road. There are several dirt roads with ponds, and I was able to narrow it down to 6 roads with the location data from the cell towers. This was the early 2000s and triangulation in rural areas sucked. Not sure how much better it is now. And his information. I dispatched every deputy I had on duty, all 2 of them, the 1 city cop I had on duty and both our ambulances and fire trucks to the areas. State Patrol also assisted with the search. It took us over 20 minutes to find them, and the whole time the father wept uncontrollably screaming, "Please don't be dead," over and over again through the instructions I gave him from the flip chart to check his vitals, try to stop the bleeding, etc. My instructions only lasted about 5 minutes, and I had given him all the info I was trained to give. The remaining 15 felt like an eternity, and from what the father told me, and what I was told by the deputies after, he was pretty much dead immediately after the accident. The EMTs still went through with their routines, and loaded the kid in the ambulance, because none of them felt comfortable doing otherwise in the situation. This was my first shift back after the birth of my son, so I think that's why it sticks with me. I was recently released from training, and I got a call that someone fell out a window and onto a wrought iron fence. Then I got a call from someone else that her boyfriend was high off PCP and tried to fly. Needless to say, he didn't survive. He made it all the way to the ambulance bay with a section of fence impaling him, then went into cardiac arrest. Second one I remember is a call for a bad motorcycle accident on the highway. The first call I got, the guy said the bike just rammed full speed into the back of a box truck and exploded into flames. Got a whole bunch of calls describing the bodies as being strewn over the road. The first officers on scene instantly said we had 2 doers. The woman was burned beyond recognition and the man's entire face was gone, ripped away from crashing and sliding on the roadway. The bike was so burned they couldn't run the plates or VIN. Their wallets burned, so they had no ID to look at. There was a bag, all of the contents spilled over the roadway, and it was filled with baby supplies. Turns out the woman was on a quick run to fetch supplies for her baby and never made it back. The officers managed to identify the victims because family members were nearby and heard of the accident and knew they'd gone out just a short while beforehand. Some sad ones. A 4-year-old girl with a tracheostomy tube wasn't breathing. The little girl had a nurse who was performing CPR. I was on the phone with her brother, and I could hear the mom in the background literally growling, "They better fucking hurry." I've read in books about people growling as they speak, but I've never heard it before then. A 17-year-old boy hanged himself. His parents found him. I was on the phone with the mother and telling her to tell her husband how to do CPR. He didn't make it. I stopped by my dad's house after my shift and cried in his arms. It's making me tear up writing it. A man in his mid-70s called for a general illness. He was really upset, so I stayed on the phone. He told me he had cancer and he's been going downhill. Then he started crying and told me he didn't want to die yet. I wanted so badly to visit him in the hospital, but I would have gotten in a lot of trouble. Some that make you feel good. A girl called that her friend was overdosing on heroin. She said her lips were blue. The caller was really upset and hardly listening, but I finally got her to calm down so we could help her friend. We started doing CPR, and after a minute, she said the color was coming back to her lips. Her friend made it to the hospital alive. That was a really good feeling. An elderly woman was having a hard time breathing. She was stable, so I wasn't required to stay on the phone. I was telling her I was going to let her go, and she asked, "You're going to hang up with me?" I told her I could stay on the line if she wanted me to, and she said she did. She told me that medical problems is the scariest part of living alone, and I told her, "You're not alone. I'm right here with you." She asked me my name, so I told her. Then she gave me hers. Then she said she wished we were meeting under different circumstances, like at a Publix lol. She was really sweet. It's crazy feeling a genuine connection with someone you'll never meet. Some funny ones. A very concerned father said his 17-year-old daughter was in a puddle of blood. I asked what happened. She woke up from a nap and was bleeding from her privates. He called 911 for his daughter's period. A woman called because her bird had accidentally tangled a piece of thread from his toy around his neck. Fortunately, she got it off before the fire department even showed. A man calls regularly reporting all sorts of symptoms, trying to figure out how to get the fire department to respond because he thinks they're cute. A woman reported that she needed animal services because her neighbor had a dog tied up to a tree in their backyard, and she brought it inside because she was afraid he was going to overheat and die. It was about 60 degrees outside, and she was allergic to dogs. And my all-time favorite, a woman changed the password on her phone, but couldn't remember what it was. She wanted me to walk her through a factory reset on her phone because she was babysitting and had no way to call someone in an emergency, even though she just called 911. I told her I can't help with that. Calls back an hour later, and I told her no again. She says fine, then this kid's probably gonna die, and hangs up. Call her back and ask for her address. She asks if someone is coming out to help her reset her phone. I said no, they're coming because you said this child is going to die. She told me I'm wasting government time and resources. It was around Valentine's Day. We received a call from a business in our town that said they had a young child 2 to 4-year-old on the line and weren't able to transfer them to us. The kids said something about their parents and how they weren't waking up. The business was fortunately able to get the number off their caller ID. While we were waiting to receive our fist pings from the cell company, I took the number and worked my magic. I've got multiple ways I've found where I can find all kinds of stuff off a phone number, including names and addresses. I found a possible address that was 2 cities away from us. I cross-referenced the name with voter records and came up with the same address. I began to send a terminal message to that agency to start a welfare check. About when I did that, we got the first ping. The ping was garbage. Instead of being down to several meters, it gave us the distance of 5 miles within that cell tower, which normally you wouldn't be a lot to do hardly anything with. But that 5-mile radius contained that address I found that was in that city. I sent the ping info to that agency. They got there and found the child. Murder-suicide of the parents, and was like a scene from Dexter in the bloody container. The child was safe and unharmed. Honestly, the hardest ones aren't the shootings or the terrible accidents or things like that. We are typically only on the line with those people for 90 seconds. It's easy to compartmentalize. When we are doing CPR it takes longer, but we are focused on a task the whole time. Same thing with home invasions. We are trying to gather intelligence and help the caller find a safe exit or shelter. It's totally task focused. The hardest calls are the suicidal callers. There's some basic info gathering we have to do, but after that our job is to keep them talking, and that invariably means making some form of connection. It's a little different than suicide hotlines, because we handle the cases where they have a specific plan/means to kill themselves. They're the ones that stick with you, because there's no pro-cap or script that you can pass the blame off to if you fail. You're just left asking maybe if I had asked them different questions or phrased things in a different way. There's one in particular that's stuck with me. I think about him all the time. Mike was a successful local businessman who was caught in a prostitution sting around 2 years before I first talked to him. The story was published in the local papers. All his clients left him. His wife divorced him. When I talked to him, he was living out of a motel because he lost his home, and he was having a hard time finding an apartment because he was now a registered sex offender without a stable income. He was 53 and didn't really have any hope of starting a new career. He was a gentle guy, super articulate. I just remember him asking me what he had left to live for. Honestly, if you were in my shoes, would you want to keep going? And all I could give him was platitudes. Cause honestly my answer would have been no. I talked to Mike 3 times over the course of about a month. No idea if he did it or not, but I still think about him all the time. Doesn't help that he was the exact same age my dad was when he died, and even kind of sounded like him. A few will stick with me forever. The most heart-wrenching one was an elderly man who called 911 and said he needed an ambulance. He calmly gave his address, then said he had shot his wife and that he would be in the backyard when help arrived. I tried to get more information from him, but he just hung up. The ambulance got there and found him and his wife dead in the backyard. Turns out, she had a terminal illness and didn't want to suffer anymore. She asked him to shoot her. He couldn't live without her or the decision they made, so he took his own life. On a happier note, one call I'll never forget was a mother in labor. It was a healthy normal pregnancy. I helped dad coach mom through the labor, then eventually coached dad through delivering his own child. I can still hear that first cry like it happened yesterday. As soon as the baby cried out, the ambulance crew walked through their front door. Dad was crying and thanking me for helping. All I could say was, "You're so very welcome. Congratulations, Dad." Also, on a somewhat happy note, this call is the one I'm most proud of. I had a mom call 911 for her teenage son because he was not breathing. He had some sort rare form of vocal cord dysfunction, where his vocal cords tightened so much that he couldn't take a breath. Indiana 911 dispatchers have guide cards to help with common ailments. The card for someone who is not breathing instructs you to give CPR. The boy was still conscious, but he just couldn't take in a breath. So CPR would have been pointless, and just giving rescue breaths would have possibly torn his vocal cords, or more likely, would have been completely ineffective. I had to think back to my voice lessons as a child. Raising the chin lengthens the vocal cords. I told mom to have the boy raise his chin. He raised his chin, and I heard a huge gasp of air. It had worked. Then mom says excitedly, "He took a breath. Oh my god, he took a breath. But now he can't exhale." If raising the chin lengthens the cords, then lowering it must loosen them, right? So I told her to have him lower his chin to his chest, and by some miracle, he was able to exhale. We did this chin raising and lowering until the ambulance arrived and they could get him to a bariatric chamber for treatment. I was only a dispatcher for a year and a half, but I have a ton of stories. Even though these were 6 to 7 years ago, I think about them every day. There are moments that I break down a bit and think of the agony these people must have gone through. It's really hard to be on the other side of a phone when someone desperately needs your help. Dispatchers go through some really tough training to be there. You always hear the bad things about them on the news, but you never hear the millions of great things they do every single day. If you know a dispatcher, thank them. They are highly trained, overworked and underpaid. Now, to my stories. Some backstory. Not only did we answer calls in our center, but we also worked the radio 4 units. Some centers are split. We rotated different radios each night as we were in charge of 3 localities. Story 1. So my whole shift won a regional teamwork award for this call. I did not take the original call, but a center policy is to have at least one other person listening to emergency calls for backup. A coworker answers a call and gets no response. We hear some rustling and then some screaming, then silence. Coworker keeps trying to ask for information as we can tell something wrong. We start to hear a male voice saying some raw things like, "Suck this dick, be cheated, nigga, something is really wrong." We start to hear this woman crying as she is obviously being forced to do things to this guy. We hear him hitting her, more verbal assault and more sexual assault. We hear it all. The problem is we can't tell where she is. She had most likely called in on a prepaid phone, so there is no caller information coming in, and we can only see the nearest cell tower she is pinging off of. We go ahead and get a deputy in the area and advise them we are trying to locate, but we really have no information. The assault goes on and off. You can hear the guy finish then go watch TV, while the woman cries, then he comes back, says the same horrible things, hits her then raps her again. He must have done it at least 4 times. This went on for 45 minutes until during one of the assaults the woman says a name begging them to stop. Finally we get some information. We start searching all of our records in that area for this name. We advise the deputy and amazingly another deputy comes on and says, "That name sounds familiar. I had a domestic in that area involving that name a few days ago." We start searching all of our past calls and find one matching the name. We advise the deputies in the area and they go starting checking apartments. After a few attempts the deputy knocks on this one apartment and we actually hear him knocking. We go wild screaming that this was the apartment. The deputy breaks in. We hear the whole thing. Dude gets arrested and women goes to hospital. It was one of the hardest things I ever had to listen to. I have tears right now writing this. I go out for my break and call my girlfriend and tell her I just had a rough call. As I'm outside the deputy pulls around the back with the guy and they take him into interrogation. Dude was short and funny looking. I was mad, but I knew he had what was coming to him. Story 2. This night I was working the hardest radio, which one was the larger locality's sheriffs. Around 2 AM I took the 911 call from some lady that thinks she heard what sounded like a car accident near her house. I take what information I can get and send out police/rescue to investigate. Around the same time another call comes in that someone else answers. It's this guy who just keeps saying I can't find my friend. He pings near the area of my call, so we start thinking it is related. The other call taker is trying to get info from him, but as soon as one of my deputies arrives he states, "One doer dead on arrival." Okay, well she just got real. We start dispatching more rescue to the scene. More deputies arrive, and they are apparently searching the scene for another person. A few moments go by, and they radio in another doer. I was feeling horrible. So as they processed the scene and found the guy that called us, he happened to be a passenger in this vehicle that wrecked. Now listen to this. These were some young Navy guys that had left the bar in a taxi, got home and decided to drive to Taco Bell. They were speeding in this one guy's new Camaro and lost control and hit a tree. Driver was ejected into a tree, splattered. The front passenger was the caller, dazed but nothing more than a scratch. The rear passenger was our first doer, who I happened to see a picture of the accident, and he was still sitting in the back seat with a beam from the trunk through his torso slumped over. The only thing left of the car was the back seat and part of the trunk. Everything else was obliterated. I can't believe that one guy survived. He's lucky, but I'm sure has some issues about his friends now. At my current job I almost drive past this spot every day and I see the little cross on the side of the road for the driver. Story 3. This was my first day answering emergency calls. I was in full control and had to take my training into account and save some lives. It wasn't 30 minutes into my 12-hour shift when I get my first call. I'm thinking, alright, here we go, please be easy. Nope, woman just screaming bloody murder. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, training kick in. I try to get her to calm down. Tell me where you are, what's going on. I get the basics and drop the call. Dropping means sending my information, so the dispatcher working the correct area's units can be sent, but I can still add additional information. The woman who is hysterical states her husband is trying to kill her, and he has a gun. I'm trying to run through my training and let her know we have deputies coming and to stay in a safe place, locked up if possible. Nope, she runs outside because her mom lives next door and she wants to go there. So now she is running in a field with husband chasing her with a gun. She gets inside her mom's house and closes the door, but I guess dude was right behind her. I can hear him yelling at her to open the door beach, and I actually hear him banging on the door with the gun. I was freaking out. What could I do? I try to keep her calm, get her away from the door, find a bathroom maybe, or place with no windows she can lock herself in. Oh, and where is your mother? Get her in a safe place. Luckily deputies respond fast to a threat of gun, and within minutes they were on the scene and had the guy in custody. The guy really wasn't trying to kill her because he had plenty of opportunities. My first call was a wreck, but they said I did just about everything I could. It could have gone so many different ways, and I'm glad it was like this. Gives me a little comedy relief compared to my others. Like, of course this was my first real emergency call. It couldn't have been the old person asking for directions. To be continued. Toward the end of probation I get a call saying that someone was trapped in the elevator shaft, and sure enough in the background I can occasionally hear the guy calling for help. I get the call loaded. Entrapment. They start rolling apparatus and we hear the caller breathing heavy, so I ask him what he's doing. Apparently there was an elevator stuck between floors and the repair guy stuck in the shaft yelled to the caller to go up a floor and hit some release button. Right as I'm telling him not to do that, we hear this loud sound which turned out to be the elevator dropping. I ask what that was, and he said the elevator dropped and stopped with the caller in it. Kicker is, the caller can't hear the guy in the shaft yelling anymore, and there is a bulge in the elevator wall. So now, I'm trying to keep this guy calm who is freaking out. Oh my god, did I kill him? You don't know that. Just wait for the fire department to get there. Turns out, he did indeed kill the guy by grinding him between the elevator and shaft wall. That whole call turned into a day-long boondoggle that the day shift crew, I was on night shift when I took the call, almost handed off to the next night shift. They called in apparatus from surrounding counties, which had to go back halfway through the operation because of a bigger storm that blew through the area. They also had to call the chief medical officer for the county to determine if they were cutting the dead guy up to get him out or cutting the elevator up. They ended up cutting the body up. This one sticks out most because, well, I killed a guy with an elevator. We commonly said that whoever took the call was responsible for the incident, and the day shift supervisor called me saying if I needed to talk or discuss anything. She was our REAP trauma person. Apologies for bad typing / grammar posting from mobile while taking a sheet before work. There is only one call that I'll never forget in my 11 years of being a 911 dispatcher. It was early on a Sunday morning, and we happened to be understaffed that day, so, shocker, I was fire/EMS dispatch and answering phone calls. I took the first call of my shift, and it was an older male. I couldn't really understand what he was saying. He was slurring his speech, so I assumed it was a medical call. Stroke. I was able to decipher his address, and then I asked him exactly what happened. He tells he was stabbed. He said he had woken up to the sound of his wife screaming. He ran to the living room to find her sprawled out on the chair. He said she had been stabbed, blood everywhere. She was clearly dead and beyond help. He said his son had stabbed her with a kitchen knife in the chest, then the son came after him. He had been stabbed in the back multiple times, and he was laying on the kitchen floor in a pool of blood as we were talking. He didn't know where his son had went to, but thought he went out to the woods behind the house to kill himself. Between his slurred speech and a lot of dogs barking in the background, it was hard to make out exactly what happened. They lived outside of town, so I knew it was going to take 20 minutes for deputies to get there. I kept telling him help was on the way and making sure he was safe. Are the doors locked? Are you able to hide so he can't find you if he gets back in? Does he have a key on him? Would he try to leave in a vehicle? Does he still have weapon, etc? I asked him as many questions as I could to keep him talking. Towards the end of the call he was very slow to respond. He kept going in and out of consciousness, and I knew he was dying. He eventually stopped responding to me altogether. The ambulance arrived, but the scene wasn't safe, as we didn't know where the son was, so they had to stage. That was gut-wrenching. He died later that day. PD found his son hiding in the garage. The son was 25 and had been having delusions that he was the devil. He killed both of his parents, and in 2017 he was found not guilty by reason of insanity. It was really upsetting knowing I was the last person that he talked to, as he was lying there looking at his dead wife across the room while waiting for help that took so long to come. I've taken plenty of bad calls like suicides, accidental deaths, etc. but that was the hardest for me to get over. The main one that sticks with me, haunts me if you will, happened while I was only a few months into training. I've only told a few people this one. I get a male caller that seems to know our question routine, confirms his info, and tells me that we need to find him before his wife or kid does. They'll be home in an hour and he'll be in the barn behind the house. I hear a clunk as he set the phone down. He yells hurry, and I hear a gunshot. The man had just shot himself in the chest, and I had to listen to him howl, groaning and eventually gurgling for a few minutes before he died. This was years ago, and I can still hear it like it just happened. The one I tell at parties is the guy that called from a not so friendly poker game. He was drunk and had gone to take a piss. When he came back his wallet was missing. He slurringly tells me I don't need no SWAT team or nothing, just a few officers to do a strip search and get my wallet back. His buddies hear him confirming the location info and start threatening to beat his ass. He tells me never mind them, I just want a quick strip search so I can get my $3 back so I can get the bus home. Long story short, the guy called the police on a small drug house. Officers got there quick enough to stop the fight and end up making a drug bust. Criminals aren't always the brightest bunch. TLDR, heard a guy commit suicide by shooting himself in the chest. Listen to him die 4 minutes he'll never forget. Had a crackhead call the cops on a poker game at the trap house. Everyone gets arrested over $3. I work in a dispatch center making sure their CAD system works. Sort of it, but more specialized in maps. We had a call come in for a structure fire. The guy calling it in is walking up to the house and finds a body outside the house. He thinks they crawled out of the house and died. Nope. He was shot. We get further into it, and turns out this guy, who was found shot outside his burning house, was business partners with his brother. His brother came by early in the morning and killed his brother, his brother's wife, and their 2 kids. He then started the fire in the basement of this mansion to cover it up, and then went to his house in another town and tried to set his own house on fire with his own wife and kids inside. The call for the fire in the mansion was later in the day than him setting his own house on fire. The size and placement of the fire meant that this place was burning for hours before someone realized it was on fire. The house was also set back from the road. Eventually someone was like, let's check the names on who owns these 2 houses, because it was already suspicious with the first structure fire in the morning. Everyone had a no-sheet moment when records were searched, and we all figured out they were brothers. This is a pretty high-profile case for the area I work/live in, because nothing else ever really happens here lol. Probably can find the news articles on it if you want more info, or I can go and link the good ones if people are interested. Not 911, but our country's equivalent. Took a call from a guy from a well-to-do part of town. He was a professional with a good job, nice house, 2 kids, 3 cars and by all accounts, stunning wife. Basically upper middle class, and not wanting for anything. Unfortunately his wife was in the process of leaving him, and she had taken the children with her. The guy had just been served with papers outlining what the wife was wanting in the divorce. The guy was not concerned at all about the house, cars or their joint savings. It was his kids he was about to lose. His wife was going for full custody and his lawyer had told him he would have a hard time fighting it. Courts here are traditionally biased towards the mother. Now this was a guy who would not normally reach out, the type that would bottle it up instead. The fact that he was calling police late at night, whom by his own account he didn't like or trust, shows just how down he was feeling. He wasn't suicidal or anything like that, he claimed. He was just heartbroken at losing his wife and children. He was seeing a life ahead where he didn't get to be there for his kids during their special times. He was a wreck and there was nothing I could do for him other than talk with him and offer advice. I spent 20 minutes chatting to the guy before telling him I had to go answer other calls. At the end of the call he was grateful, but you could tell he was just as dejected as he was at the start. I spent the rest of my shift watching his address waiting for the suicide call to come in. I checked his address every day for a month, but he never called again. I don't know what happened to him, whether he got shared custody, maybe even reconciled. I've taken thousands of calls, from earthquakes to shootings and everything in between. I've been the last person dozens have ever spoken to. I've talked with people as they've pulled loved ones out of water, as they've hidden for their lives expecting to be found and killed at any point by their lover, or as they've bickered with the neighbor over the shared fence. But that one call has always stuck with me. That could be me one day, and it scares the shit out of me being that powerless. Now that I've got the kid, the nice house and the car, I lay awake at night thinking about the guy and wondering if I'll ever be in that situation and what I'd do. Hope you're all good out there, mate. I work for 000 in Melbourne, Australia. Had a call from a guy on a worksite building a house. There was someone harassing his workers, parked out the front of the site, rambling on about the end of the world and the apocalypse, etc. This kind of call is fairly standard stuff. Someone off their meds or on drugs, so no big deal. I throw all the details, descriptions, rego plate numbers and the job, and send it to dispatch. I like to keep an eye on the notations that get entered into the job to see what happens. As soon as it was sent through I noticed that the air wing unit, the third team, sorta like SWAT, and about 10 other police response units were all assigned the job and en route lights and sirens, which was pretty confusing. Turns out the dude is wanted for a stabbing the night before and a bunch of other violent offenses. He's psychotic from all his meth use also. They arrive and he takes off in his car, basically rams his way through, and a pursuit ensues. It's the middle of the afternoon, so public safety is the #1 priority, so no unit tries anything too dangerous, and they just follow with the air wing giving updates. He drives from a northern suburb over a giant bridge into the center of Melbourne City, and then proceeds to mow down anyone on the footpaths in his car, to get away from the police. He killed 6 people including children. Was eventually captured, and was sentenced for all 6 murders. Never forget that one and always wondered if I could have done more. I have been in police dispatch for over 10 years now. I have a share of horrible calls, funny calls and uplifting calls. A few will never leave me, no matter how hard I try. There are so many stories, unfortunately. Very rarely do we ever get to hear the outcome of what happened. That is hardest part of this job. Here is just a few. Mother screaming because father was backing up the camper. The dog ran out, and their 2-year-old chased the dog and father backed over the child. Grandmother calling because child was riding with grandpa on the rider mower, fell off his lap, and had his legs run over. Young adult calling because he wanted someone to talk to while he died. He had just cut his wrists. He didn't want his family to find him. I spoke to him and gave whatever comfort I could until he died. Caller returned home from work and found blood all over their ground floor apartment and a broken window. Turns out a deer jumped through the window, cut itself and sprayed blood all over in its panic. Sorry, the deer died. Woman called because she said the government had planted wires and bugs in her home. The radiation from this was apparently making her feel very ill. Members attended. The bug was a small bead of sap on a 2x4 in her basement. I'm not a dispatcher or any emergency services worker, but I'd like to share something that happened to my grandpa 2 years ago. A few weeks before Christmas, my grandpa decided to clean up his lawn. Now, my grandpa is a very tough man. He had a massive stroke about 10 years ago and suffered some brain damage and lost control of his right arm and leg. After years of working on it, his head is back, not completely as he still messes up everyone's name, but enough. And he also can walk with a limp. So it's not unusual for him to be working outside. Anyways, He gets a pile of leaves and sticks and decides to burn it away. He then poured gas from a container into a cup and threw it in the fire after he lit the leaves. This is when his arm got some gas on it. He never felt it because he had a thick sweater on. But the flames shot up and he lit up like a torch. My grandma was on the phone inside the house at the time and heard him scream. She runs out and literally saw a fireball that was her husband. Before she could call the cops, she had to literally go and tackle him to the ground because he was scared to fall. It had been instilled in him that falling could be dangerous after his stroke. Good part is, after 6 months in recovery, more than 90% of his body in 3rd degree burns, around 10 surgeries, and some serious close calls. He managed to pull through with a full recovery. This is an absolute miracle for a 70-year-old, by the way. The fire chief made a statement saying after 50 years, he'd never seen something this horrible. Side note, when the paramedics got to him, before his adrenaline wore off, he looked down at his now crispy member and said, "Dang. Grandma's name isn't gonna be getting this much more." I answered 911 calls in Michigan for a few months. It was the middle of a very cold and snowy winter and everything was pretty much frozen during the overpass shift. I'll never forget one call I got from a teenage girl sobbing and panicking about her slightly younger sister. Turns out their dad had left them alone while on a business trip for a few days and their mom had passed away within the past couple of months. The younger sister had taken some massive amount of pills and was now trying to vomit, but mostly just out of it. I dispatched an ambulance immediately, but they were in a rural corner of the county and far from any units. Because the roads were so bad it took almost 30 minutes to get there. Protocol dictated I stay on the line until help arrived, so I just kept talking to her and having her relay her sister's status to me and try to keep her awake. The emotions coming from this poor girl as she watched her sister and asked me over and over where was the ambulance is what will make me never forget the call. Edit. Another more humorous one is a lady who called 911 at 3 AM screaming, "A raccoon is attacking me. A raccoon is attacking me." Once I got her to calm down, it became clear that the raccoon was simply using her roof/attic/home in some way and was just making loud scratching noises. This had been going on for some time, she said. We were obligated to dispatch an officer who wisely decided against trying to shoot the animal and told her to call animal control in the morning. Late to the party, so if this gets missed, one of my top 5 calls I still think about was on Thanksgiving a few years ago. Frantic father calls with loud argument in background. Multiple voices, ranging from swearing to crying. Standard DV, which is common on family holidays. I start hearing one of the voices in the background becoming more pronounced, but interspersed with my caller's comments. "You are worthless. You are no father. Just faking, do it, do it, do it." During this there is also a persistent banging every couple of seconds. My caller is trying, but not equipped to deal with the drama he is seeing. He is not answering questions directly, or answering them with unnecessary editorial. More loud arguments, which sound like someone just tearing into someone else. Highly personalized critical yelling. Bang. More yelling. Bang. Crying. Bang. Bang. Crack. Crack. Murmurs and quiet crying. The caller gets lucid, voice all of a sudden calm and clear, saying something to the effect of, "He actually did it." The incident, in broad strikes, was my caller's son in the street in front of the caller's house in an argument with his wife, with my caller's 2 grandchildren in the vehicle. The son and his wife were out of the vehicle, son silently standing there. I keep imagining him silently processing being dressed down, while staring blankly up and slightly to the right, his wife berating the bejesus out of him. The banging turned out to be the butt of a handgun slapping against the hood of the car. The crack was 2 shots quickly to his head. He died in front of his father and mother, in front of his kids watching from the back seat, egged on by someone I assumed he must have loved at some time in the past. Bang, bang, fack. Not a 911 operator, but a story about the 911 operator. I was a host at a breakfast restaurant. Our whole gimmick was that there was a griddle, hot plate, in the center of every table, and people could cook their own pancakes. I seated this mom and her 8-ish-year-old son, and I looked directly at the kid and pointed to the griddle saying, "This is really hot. It's made for cooking. You don't wanna touch that." The kid looks at me, looks at his mom, looks back at me, and then puts his hand directly on the hot griddle. Normally kids start crying at this point. This kid was silent for a moment. I thought he was just owning the pain, but then he started shaking uncontrollably. The mom started screaming, "My son. He has epilepsy. Call the hospital." So the waitress called the hospital. As a background for the waitress, she's a middle-aged woman who didn't really care about her job there. She was nice, but very slow and monotone in her daily acts. She explained the situation very calmly and slowly, like she would anything else, and the 911 operator said that she sounded too calm for the situation previously described, and said no ambulance would be coming, because she didn't believe the story. The owner of the restaurant had to drive the family to the ER. TLDR, kid had an epileptic seizure in a restaurant. The 911 operator didn't believe the old waitress who called it in, because she seemed too calm. The owner drove them to the ER. When I worked in dispatch, the very first call I took was from a woman claiming her 7-week-old son had rolled from the bed and gotten stuck between the bed and the wall. She didn't know exactly how long he'd been there, but said it hadn't been long. He wasn't breathing and I stayed on the line with her until first responders arrived. Once they got there, I'm not sure if she just set the phone down without hanging up or just held onto it, but I heard her tell them that he wasn't breathing and the bruises all over his abdomen were from her doing CPR. I don't know much, if anything, about the way bruising during CPR actually works, but it seems to me that if she had been doing CPR on an unresponsive infant for a few minutes, which she never mentioned to me, nor was she doing while on the phone with me, that there wouldn't already be bruises all over the abdomen. Finally, I couldn't listen anymore, because the woman was hysterical with first responders, and I was about to cry, so I hung up, and had to go take a 10-minute break where I just sobbed the entire time. I never found out what actually happened or how things turned out. One of the hard parts about dispatch is not knowing the outcomes most of the time. I have so many other stories involving hostages, abandoned children, dead bodies and violent crimes, but this one sticks with me the most. Not 911, but my phone number used to belong to a pastor of a church who dealt with many people in crisis. I would come home to find my messages on my voicemail landline from people sobbing hysterically begging for help. Emotional help/guidance. Not physical danger. But not one single person ever left their full name or their return number. Even when my outgoing message clearly stated my name and that the pastor has a different number now. I tried to find the pastor, but they only called him by pastor. I tried the phone company, but they wouldn't help tell me the previous number's owner or the numbers that called me, even after I explained what was happening. Yet people would call back and sob into the phone, "Why won't you call me back, pastor?" In addition to not getting help, they obviously felt abandoned by their pastor, and probably their God too. It was wrenching. It took me over a year to find contact info for the pastor. I only did because I started to get debt collection calls for him. If you want to find someone, ask a debt collector. I continued getting calls for him up to 7 years later. LPT, folks, always leave your callback number, even if you are certain the person has it. Oh, and listen to the outgoing message. If it says a different name, listen. Not an operator, but a call I had to make. I was around 11 at the time. Now it's important to know that I don't have a dad. He left my mom before I was born. My sister was in Seattle with my aunt also. It was a normal Saturday morning in August. It was around 11, and I walked into my mom's room to see if she was up. What I saw next and this event in general has given my PTSD that I still go to a therapist for. My mom was laying on the bathroom floor clutching her stomach and repeatedly telling me, "Call 911 and where's the ambulance?" I called 911 of course, and have to give credit to the dispatcher. I was in hysterics at the time, yet they still managed to understand me. A police officer came first, and an ambulance a few minutes after. The sight of my mom being rolled out the front door on a stretcher haunts me. I went to my friend's house, and thanks to my nanny, who I had known since I was born, I was able to find places to sleep. After my mom got out, I heard what really happened. The ambulance took her to the closest hospital, where they gave her a room. closed the door, and ignored her. They left her lying in her own blood piss and vomit with no pain meds. She would have died there, and they could have said they did all they could and brushed it off. It's only because one of her friends came to check on her and found her almost dead in a closed room with the lights off when they actually did something. She had to be airlifted to another hospital and had emergency surgery right away. Turns out a piece of her intestines folded itself in half a bunch of times. She recovered and sued the hospital. She won as well. Lots of people lost their jobs and the hospital was under heavy investigation. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover. Seeing your only parent dying in front of you is not something that is easy to forget, as much as I want to. I'm not a 911 operator, but I did call 911 once because PTSD Marine Corps guy downstairs was acting like a crazy person. Here is that story. I was living with some friends in the art museums area of Philadelphia while in college. To the locals, this area is referred to as Fairmount due to its proximity to Fairmount Park. The house we rented was a 2-family row home/apartment. I lived with 5 people, my sister, her female roommate and our 2 dude friends on the top floor, and another guy lived downstairs in the first floor apartment by himself. Let's call this guy on the ground floor John. John was a former Marine Corps sergeant and a typical red-blooded American who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was very proud of his country and was proud as fact to represent Fairmount. This guy was loyal as fact to his friends and family almost to a fault. He also loved drinking, partying, and most of all, his guns. Well, one Saturday night me and my roommates were getting ready to hit up a party at a bar one of the dude roommates, who happened to be a semi-famous DJ, was playing at. I like to go to these things late because I needed some time to smoke some weed and wind down a bit after work. I also like to have some house time to myself because living with 5 other people on one floor was suffocating at times. So everyone except me split, and I said I would meet them there at around 11:30 p.m. Around 11 I hear slamming on the door. I figured one of my roommates forgot something and locked themselves out, so answer it without even checking the peephole. This part of the story was something out of an action movie. John comes bursting through the door highly agitated with a AR-15 style assault rifle, going on about how some asshole from West Philly was going around disrespecting him and threatening his family. Being a sheltered Jew boy from the burbs in central Jersey, I've never even seen or held a real gun in real life. I almost immediately pissed myself a little bit out of sheer terror. He grabs my hand and puts a pistol of some kind in it. Tells me it's loaded/ready to go and that I need to stay in his apartment to watch it while he goes out and takes care of business. He then storms out of the room with his rifle, and I'm standing there with a gun in my hand trying to make sense of the situation. I'm also high as fuck, wondering what the fuck this guy is about to do or who is about to come to this house looking for him. For some reason I got the idea to put the gun in a Ziploc bag. So I did that and put it on the countertop in the kitchen. Now I'm sitting at the table trying to figure out what the fuck to do. I'm terrified that some asshole is going to break through my front door. I'm also extremely worried about what this guy's going to be doing with an assault rifle in the middle of a major city. I called my roommates, but they could not hear me due to the loud music at the bar. I tried calling my dad, but he did not pick up. I figured the best idea was to hide all of me/my roommates' weed in a little crawl space in the attic and call the cops. So I called 911 and told them I have a situation that is really hard to explain. They are pressing me for details and I tell them this story, but they think I'm pranking them or something. Eventually, after about 15 minutes of explaining, they said they are sending an officer over to me. 3 cops show up at the door. I'll let them in and we all have a chat. I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm stoned out of my mind. I show them the gun in the Ziploc bag and they start laughing their ass off. I'm saying please find John, I don't know what he was going on about and I'm worried. They decide to take the gun John has given me and go look for him. I'm certainly not in a party mood, so I text my roommates and tell them I'm not going to go. I go in my room, lay down and throw a movie on Netflix thinking this whole retarded situation is over. Not 10 minutes later I got someone slamming on the door again. I check the peephole and it's faking John again. He's like, let me in motherfucker, I got to talk to you. We need to hold this shit down. I'm say something, like I'm sorry my friend I'm not feeling well, and I think it's contagious. I gave your gun to the police and they will give it back to you once you contact them. He's faking furious. He's slamming on the goddamn door so loud, and every slam makes me piss a little in my pants. I'm not trying to faking die tonight, because of this lunatic motherfaker. I called 911 again. I told them John is here banging on the goddamn door with a gun. Please send help as soon as possible. I put a bunch of sheet in front of the front door, and locked myself in the bathroom, and put a bunch of sheet in front of that door too. I look out the window and the cops and John are all talking but no one seems to be upset. I'm so faking confused. Finally I hear a regular knock on the door and it's one of the cops. Apparently they all know each other, because John is a volunteer firefighter. They play down John's insane behavior saying that he was just protecting the neighborhood, and that he got a little carried away. He then realized I had pissed myself during the prior altercation and starts laughing to himself. He then asks me a few more questions and leaves. For the next 2 years I lived at that apartment. John called me P-boy and teased the crap out of me. Random cops in the neighborhood also called me P-boy. It was faking awful. TLDR, earned the nickname P-boy because I pissed myself when a crazy ex-marine burst through my front door brandishing guns. Staying on the line with this terrified woman as her crazy drunk ex was trying to smash down her door and get in. I heard every splinter and crack as that door started to give, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do but hope the cops got there in time. It only took them about 3 minutes to roar into the driveway and damn near run the guy over, but that was very nearly the longest 3 minutes of my life. Not all calls are memorable for being dramatic or traumatizing, though. I'm never going to forget one of our local frequent flyers calling to insist that 3 black guys had kidnapped her, dragged her out to her garage, and made her exercise on her treadmill for half an hour. Yes, I had to send an officer to respond to that, by policy, and he was not a happy camper. There was also an old woman who screamed and swore at me because her neighbor had put a beer light, one of those neon signs advertising some brand or other of beer that you see in a bar window, in his front window across the street, and demanding he be arrested and his house burned down because I know he doesn't have a liquor license. She was really ticking me off, and none of the officers wanted to deal with her crap, so they really wanted to just let it go. However, she called back 4 more times, and someone had to go over to her house to have a conversation with old granny that if she ever called 911 again, she'd better be dying or ready to post bail. Edit. Okay, what the hell, let's go with some of the other wacky stuff here. One night I get a call at 2 AM from a college janitor that a trash cart was stolen. Last seen being ridden across campus by 3 students wearing women's nightgowns. Move-in weekend at college. I've served as a dispatcher for both 911 and for a university police department. Tended to see some special flavors. One year we had a rash of kids playing with their roomers' EP pens. This was back when they cost as much as a pizza rather than a MacBook. My favorite was this girl who calls me to tell me she accidentally touched her roommate's EP pen and it went off and lodged in her hand. I roll my eyes, dispatch rescue to go see to her and get her transported, etc. To get it removed. The squad chief calls me. What the hell? Just tell her to pull it out, man, it's just a needle. She says she can't, it's stuck. I hear a heavy weary sigh. Alright, I'll go get the locking pliers. 15 minutes of silence, and then the dispatch phone rings again. It's the squad chief again, completely deadpan, as someone screams hysterically in the background UHH. So yeah, it turns out we are gonna need that transport after all. Needle went straight through the middle of one of the bones in her thumb. Good times. There was the night of the drunken massacre. No, it wasn't a mass shooting. Rackles, found drunk girl passed out face down in vomit in bathroom. I tell her to check the girl's respiration. Oh good, she's breathing, she's not blue, roll her on her side. I'm sending rescue, call me back if anything changes. Phone rings again about 2 minutes later, also reporting a girl passed out in the same bathroom. I start to tell them, yes I know, we are dispatching transport right now, when I'm interrupted that, no, this is a second girl. There I went to check on drunk girl a second time, banged her head on the underside of the sink, and is now also unconscious. My team of first responders then calls to tell me the elevator is out again. Then they call again to tell me one of them fell down the stairs and broke her leg. Then they call one more time just to let me know that the freshman with the backboard has disappeared. No one knows where she wandered off to. I now have 3 ambulances dispatched and a search party on a quest to locate a freshman with a terminally poor sense of direction at 4 AM. All because of one inebriated code. Just got off a 12-hour shift myself. Figured I'd toss mine in the ring before I tried to get some shut-eye. I received a call at about noon when I was on day shift. Started out as pretty standard fare when the mother, who was wheelchair-bound, advised that a 16-year-old son passed out in the bathroom and she couldn't rise him. As it turned out, he was blocking the door with his body and she couldn't open it. I had rescue already rolling out to get to him. Then I hear a blood-curdling scream from his sister in the background. She has been trying to get into the bathroom this entire time. She gets the door open just enough to see he's not breathing. She, being 12, didn't have the strength to move him enough to open the door. But she was able to spot the cause, a bottle that read fentanyl. Fentanyl, for those not aware, is a narcotic that can spread very easily once taken. To the point where all you have to do is touch the person and you could end up ingesting this very deadly narcotic. I then had to describe in detail to the mother and the sister this fact and advise them to remove themselves from the door until the paramedics got there. The sobbing of a mother being forced to watch her son pass away through a small crack in a door, unable to reach him, will stay with me forever. Have a good one. If you know a dispatcher, firefighter, officer, or deputy, thank them for all that they do. They handle some rough stuff. There's been 3 calls that have stuck with me more than I wish, and one that I'm glad came in. The first call was on Christmas morning. I answered to a 25-year-old male subject that told me he intentionally overdosed and went to his church to die. He had changed his mind and wanted an ambulance. The issue was that he had collapsed in an area behind the church that we couldn't see, and he was quickly fading out. I listened to him take his last breaths and pleaded with him to answer me, and the last thing I heard was the first responders finally find him before I disconnected. The second was 2 weeks after the aforementioned call. About 3 in the morning I get a call for a male in cardiac arrest. He had recently undergone heart surgery. Being 400 pounds, he was less than the picture of health. To celebrate his return home, him and the wife decided to express their love and he went into a full code. Living out in the county, the paramedics were 15 minutes away, so I initiated CPR, but she couldn't focus, so I had to listen to her plead for him to wake up in between terrified screams. The third call was from a woman who had 2 men break into her house. She called me as they were forcing the window and I asked her to get out if she could, but before she could, I heard the glass shatter and them start yelling. This came in right at a shift change, so my officers were nowhere close, so for 5 minutes I listened to them stomp and hit her, the whole time she was screaming that she was pregnant. Almost directly after that call I took one from what sounded like a very nervous 12-year-old. He explained that him and his friend had found a kitten and they both wanted her. I asked what he needed from emergency services and he asked for a deputy to come out to his residence and help them figure out a custody agreement for the kitten so that it was fair. It relieved the tension I had been feeling, and I laughed before telling him that he had to ask his parents for that help. Not 911, but do work at a doctor's office. We get a lot of calls that should not come to us, despite the "if this is an emergency please hang up and call 911. I'm a receptionist and I've talked 2 people down from suicide. I couldn't even hand one of them off to a nurse because they wanted to be with someone as they had died and wanted to talk to someone before they died. I was able to get their address by looking up their phone hash in the system, and we had 911 sent there and he lived. The one that really gets me is the call we got from a regular patient. He had pretty severe Alzheimer's, but he and his senior wife lived at home, and she was his caretaker. She always called and so getting the husband was busy. I sent him to the nurse and a few hours later the nurse came by to tell me about the rest of that call. Apparently his wife was laying on the ground and was refusing to talk to him. The nurses asked if he could hand her the phone and he goes, "I've already tried it, the beach won't take it." I don't know what I did to piss her off. After several more minutes they were able to get the daughter on the phone to go to her parents' house to figure out what was going on. The lady had died in the bathroom and her husband wasn't even able to comprehend that she was dead. We were devastated in the office, as they were always so lovely to deal with. Turns out several days later, scrambling with the doctors to figure out a plan for the husband with Alzheimer's with suddenly no caretaker, he died of a sudden pet. They delayed the wife's funeral, and they were buried together. A friend of mine is a 911 operator. She wanted me to post this here. About 3 weeks ago on a Friday at 10 p.m. a police officer radioed in about a car pulled off on a mountain road at her overlook. It was about 34 degrees Fahrenheit and sleeting/snowing heavily. This area where the car was is well known for being a place that people do drugs. It is about a 1 mile outside of town on the other side of the river and rather secluded. The cop says he is going to turn around and make contact with the car. As he pulled up to the spot where the car was, he noticed it was gone. Then immediately got a call for an accident just a 1/4 mile up the road from where he was. The car went off the road over the bank and into the river. The passenger had somehow managed to get out of the car and swim to shore. Her 1-year-old son and fiancé were nowhere to be found. The car was submerged by the time the officer had gotten there. The officer was absolutely shaken, and his voice over the radio was broken, knowing there was absolutely nothing he could do. Fire departments from all over the county searched up and down the swollen river until 1 a.m. and never found the car, the child, or the fiancé. The radio traffic all night, the way they were so frantic and fighting to keep their boats right side up on the fast and high river. They didn't find the car until the next afternoon with divers, father and son still strapped in their seats. The survivor said he was going way too fast and trying to outrun the officer that passed them. The reason being, he had a suspended license. I just couldn't imagine having to help coordinate a huge search and rescue operation and still have to take other calls at the same time. She did an amazing job and was praised by her superiors for keeping it together. I just had this conversation with a friend yesterday. I have 3 that will forever stick with me, and 2 of them have caused moments for me years after I left working in 911. First one, I had a father call 911 about his son threatening suicide. In the 30 seconds it took me to get through the first 3 questions of every 911 call. What's the address of your emergency? What's the phone number you are calling me from? Okay, tell me exactly what happened. The dad who called had time to get out, my son is threatening to kill himself after asking if he had any weapons on him. The next sequence of events happened in very quick succession of he's got a .38 in his pocket, has pulling it, has cocking it, and then the gun goes off. I listened to a father watch his son kill himself in front of him. The sound of that gunshot will forever haunt me. I never want to imagine what this father had to watch happen in front of him. The second call, this one is funny and doesn't have the same effect as the other one does on me. The day the CDC put out on its website how to prepare for a zombie apocalypse was the day a girl called, because at the same time that happened some Utah priest was claiming the world was going to end that week. Anyway, this girl calls. First call of my day. I was eating my lunch and had just stuffed a Chick-fil-A nugget in my mouth when I had to answer the phone, and she started out with a question. Is it true the government has us under a zombie apocalypse watch? I was quite taken back, but that is the funniest call I have ever had. I have plenty more I can share from my time in 911, from funny to haunting, but I wanted to share a little bit of both. I was never a 911 operator, but I did do a 5-week-long rotation at the Maryland Poison Center for Pharmacy School. Literally the very first call I get to answer on my own is a call about a child that accidentally got into her grandmother's prescription blood pressure medication. Now there's a lot of things that we are taught, but one of the most important is that we are supposed to send any child that accidentally takes blood pressure medication should immediately be sent into the emergency room, because as little as 1 tablet can prove to be fatal. So I take down all the information, name, phone number, address, despite a significant language barrier, and I talk about what I will tell the patient with one of the licensed poison specialists, and we agree that we should send the patient When I tell the grandmother that she should go to an emergency room and I can call an ambulance if she doesn't have a ride, she states that she doesn't want to go, but eventually she reluctantly states that she will take the infant to a nearby hospital. She hangs up, and an hour later I call back to follow up, and here is where the trouble begins. I call her back, and no answer. I call the hospital and no one matching the name or reason has come to the hospital. So now I'm in panic mode. I tell the poison specialist I'm working under, and now the two of us spend an hour calling nearby hospitals to see if maybe she went to a different hospital. Eventually we find out that a different hospital had dispatched an ambulance to the caller's house, and the girl had been cleared by an EMT once the EMT saw that the infant had thrown up the entire intact pill, and because the reason we were having such a hard time finding the patient was because the case was already marked closed by the hospital by the time I called back. The infant ended up fine, but I gotta say, with it literally being my first day, it definitely felt very baptism by fire. TLDR, got a call while at the MD Poison Center on my first day that was actually very serious, and spend an hour thinking, holy crap, I gotta find a way to recontact this person or an infant girl is going to die. My mom has been an ambulance dispatcher for close to 25 years now. Here are some of the stories she shared with me to help her cope. A vehicle accident where a toddler wasn't properly strapped into a car seat and flew out of it into the back of the driver's seat and broke his neck. This one caused a lot of hoopla in our city and wasn't my mom's call, but my mom is good friends with the person who did take the call. A bunch of teenagers got drunk and took a boat out onto the lake. The boat crashed on an island and many of the teenagers died on impact or were knocked unconscious. One teenager called 911 on their cell phone, but didn't know their exact location and barely knew the name of the lake he was on. Helicopters and police boats were looking, but it was dark out, so there wasn't much luck. The dispatcher asked if it was safe for the caller to start a fire, and the caller said yes, so he started a fire. Turns out the gasoline from the boat had been leaking, so the fire killed everyone. There was a huge investigation and the parents of some of the teenagers tried to sue, but in the end I believe they lost, since the call proved that the dispatcher said to only light a fire if it was safe to do so. There was a call my mom took where an ex-girlfriend called saying she was outside her ex's house and that she was certain the ex-boyfriend was dead inside. She said she just had a feeling and that she had come over to check on him, but had a bad gut feeling not to go inside. Sure enough, when police and ambulance arrived, the ex-boyfriend had recently shot himself in the face with a shotgun. This call isn't so bad, but I struggle with anxiety issues, and so when my mom got this call she went into full-on mommy mode because she felt this was something that could very well happen to me. It's 3 AM on a slow night and a call comes through, and this girl is hyperventilating. She's having an anxiety attack in her car and she doesn't know where she is. The girl is a university student about my age who is anxious about her exams that are coming up. My mom spoke to her on the phone and brought her down from her state of hysteria while police searched her general area they knew of by phone towers until they found her and brought her to the hospital with an ambulance. My mom called me the next day and it seemed to just really hit close to home because of how close that girl and I were in age. There's lots more, but I'm tired. Good night. This woman was screaming. I told her I couldn't understand anything she was saying and that she needed to calm down so that I could understand her. She said he tried to kill me. I asked who is he. She responded, my husband. He dragged me down the hallway by my hair with a knife to my neck. I remained calm. I asked where the husband was at this point. She advised that he was outside. I asked questions to get the description of the male. When I asked where she was, she said I locked myself in the room with my kids at this point. I'm on autopilot and doing what I need to do. I stayed on the phone with her until police arrived. When she confirmed she could see them, she apologized for calling. I remember saying, don't ever apologize for calling 911. There is nothing to feel bad about calling for help. She profusely thanked me for being patient and staying with her the whole time. Once the call ended, I bawled. This call may not seem like the worst of the calls out there, but to me, it hit close to home. I've been a victim of domestic violence and was able to relate to her. It killed me knowing she was in this situation. When she mentioned that the kids were with her, it hurt me even more. to know they witnessed this. I'm glad I got the call. It's different being able to relate vs just hearing the issue and sending out help. On a different note, during training, they had us listen to a call. One call was from a woman who stated she was outside waiting for a friend, but the friend never came back outside. A few seconds later, there were sounds, but I wasn't able to tell what it was. It sounded like the phone rubbing up against something. Didn't think much of it. A couple of seconds later, another call comes in, a witness stating that this man walked out from a house and shot a woman. It hit me that the sounds I heard were gunshots. I was hearing this woman get shot. Well, what happened was, the friend who went in the house, let's call V1, returned home to check on the dogs and pick up belongings. V1 was in a very violent relationship at the time she went home. The husband was being held on a 5150 pish hold. The friend drove V1 to the house but waited in the car. Authorities failed to notify V1 that the husband was released. Usually, they will give a call to let the victim know the approximate time they are being released. Well, husband was hiding in the house, shot the friend, held V1 hostage, wrapped her, beat her with a meat cleaver. SWAT shows up. He isn't going down without a fight. I can't remember all details, but I know during her attempt to escape, he shot her and she ended up losing an eye. Guy gets taken at V1 is free. During training, we do not know victims' names, locations, call hash, etc. Everything was anonymous. Fast forward a year from my training call, a close friend mentions that her teacher/writer on her Facebook wants to interview dispatchers on domestic violence and wondered if I was interested. My info gets passed along. We set up a time and date for coffee. As the date gets closer, I decide look more into this woman's Facebook. I see photos of her wearing glasses with one side blacked out. It hits me. She is V1 we met. I was so relieved to see this woman. After listening to the story during training, it was weird how we ended up meeting, but I felt such a relief knowing she is still here after all that happened to her. I will never forget listening to that call, crying for the pain I heard, wondering what happened then. Somehow meeting this amazing person. If you're a victim of TV or any type of abuse or just need someone to talk to, please DM me. You are not alone in your situation. I would be more than happy to assist with finding your local resources or give advice when needed. Not an operator, but I was almost hired for the job once. Got disqualified due to my hearing screening, even though I can hear just fine. As part of the hiring process, we had to sit for an hour or two and listen to calls come in. It was like baby's first stress test to see if you could handle not only how the procedure flows, but the intensity of stuff. So here I am. It's 11 AM on a Tuesday morning, and I'm sitting down with this sweet lady who's going over the basics and really kind of preparing me for what to do and about how some calls can be intense. The first call that comes in with me on the line with her is this call from this lady who had found her son dead and odd in the basement of her house. Like, that would have been a bit much for a normie anyway, but the worst part was how the call went down. This lady knew her son had a drug problem, and just from hearing her speak about the situation and describe things to the operator, she had known for a while that this was just thing that was inevitable. There was nothing left of that woman to give in her call. Like she was calling a sanitation department to come pick up a pile of garbage or remove debris. She wasn't hateful or mad, just absolutely matter-of-factly stating that she now had her son's dead body in her house and we needed to remove it. I know I'm probably describing it poorly, but from how she spoke you could tell that every ounce she had to give for concern for him had been burned up a long time ago. She didn't even know he was still in the city until she went down there that morning and found him with a needle in his arm lying on the cold concrete. It's by far the second worst call I've ever gotten in my life. Not a dispatcher, but my mother was a few years before I was born. This was late 70s-early 80s. She told me a story about a call one day where she rode with the paramedics, I think it was a cross-training exercise or something, to the scene of a car versus motorcycle accident. Biker was tearing down a country road way too fast, no helmet, T-boned a car on a blind corner, and was catapulted off the bike into the ground head first. He was dour. Mom said the skin of his head was more or less intact, no blood splatter, or bits of brain or anything like that, but the head itself looked like a bag of marbles. As for the occupants of the car, it was a husband and wife. Husband was driving. They had been arguing about something, and the wife was pressed up against the inside of the passenger door, trying to sit as far away from her husband as possible, because she was still really pissed at him. When the bike plowed into the passenger side doing 95 to 100 miles per hour, she was killed instantly. The husband had only minor injuries, but had to deal with the fact that the last conversation he had with his wife was a fight. Also, when I was about 13, my dad started having severe chest pains one day. We were at his parents' house, and I'll never forget the calm in my grandmother's voice as she told the 911 dispatcher, "I think my son's having a heart attack." They lived out in the sticks, so I stood in the road by their easy to miss driveway and flagged down the ambulance as it approached. It was a very surreal experience. Not mine, but my roommate, A, works night shift police dispatch and her friend B works day shift 911 dispatch, and this just happened. This morning around 5:50 am I got a panicked group text from A asking is anyone awake? By the time I managed to respond kinda, she followed it up with B's okay. Will explain later. And an hour later, a photo of B sitting in the hospital looking mostly okay. Just now, I got the whole story. Call came in about a car that had just lost control going around a bend and rolled a couple times. When the call came in, I recognized the car make and model, but shrugged it off as a coincidence. Then the tag number came up when they asked for a tow and A recognized it. Terrified, she started panic texting B. When B didn't immediately respond, she started trying to get in touch with others in our friend group. Turned out that, while B was on the way to work, while driving around a bend, a mechanical failure locked her engine and the car rolled twice. B managed to climb out a window and sustained minor injuries. Her car was not so lucky, but at least B is okay. A says she nearly had a heart attack. Funny thing is, when the officers first showed up they asked B if she was a dispatcher, and she told them, "Yep, I was supposed to be yours today." I shared this 2 years ago and still applies. I've shared this before a few years ago and still sticks with me. Dispatcher here. Most traumatic call was someone attempted suicide with a .22 to the head. Significant other was there, or found victim shortly afterwards. All I could hear was the caller upset and a weird noise on the other side of the line. At first I thought it was some sort of alarm, since it was repetitive, and it seemed like a rhythmic cycle. I asked the caller what the sound was, and found out it was the victim groaning in their lap. Yep, I'll always remember that sound. Another time, while working with my crew, all the emergency lines lit up at once, 3 of us call taking, 1 dispatching. I take the second or third call. Caller tells me their adult child was just shot by an ex. In front of the parent. Also in front of the victim's children and neighbors. Shooter fired a few shots into the victim while we were dispatching out, including a final shot into the back of the victim's head. Just cold-blooded. Hearing the parent scream was tough, but we got all our officers out there. They suspect took off before we were able to close off the area, but lookouts were placed across the state. For about a week we kept on getting sightings in the area. Eventually he was caught and tried. I know it's tough for the officers and any first responder on scene, but in person, and not always, a nice face helps the victims out. As a dispatcher, we can't help victims out that way. All we can do is remain calm and talk them through whatever they are going through until a physical person is on scene to continue. It's a tough job mentally and, believe it or not, physically, but I enjoy it. I work for a non-urgent police line and occasionally we receive calls that really should have gone through as urgent. It was a night shift and a male rang about 2 am and just said I need police now, while I could hear property being damaged in the background. No problems. Start organizing help and getting the address etc. Turns out 5 people were trying to force entry to the home. Now when a call presents on the non-urgent line we conference the call with their local comms center for dispatch. Policy is to wait 45 seconds for an answer. If we don't get through you go back to the caller and try the next closest major town center. So I go back to him and now there's 10 people. He's screaming and more sounds of glass smashing. I try again to put him through again with no answer. Last resort is to put it through to the capital city comms, which took another 2 minutes. By the time the call was conferenced there was 15 plus people breaking in and so much screaming and shouting and property being damaged That call just stuck with me, more so as an education to people, to use the right number, because their processes are streamlined for that contact. Obligatory funny story. Monday morning a caller rings in on urgent line asking where she can get some crack. She sounds off her head. She keeps asking for crack, and saying police have got the best stuff. Half the room was staring at me by now as I repeat her requests back to her. She refused to provide her details and simply was told sure, just head into the station with your ID, they'll hook you up. Not a 911 operator, but instead was the caller in this instance. I wasn't a great place a few years ago. I was extremely depressed, self-harming on a regular basis, and was hell-bent on killing myself. I didn't have many friends that I talked to about my problems back then, and I knew they wouldn't understand what I was going through. I know because I had tried before, only to be met with either responses of just get over it, or awkward silences, where they didn't know how to respond. To be fair, teenagers aren't exactly the most well-equipped people in this world to help those who are suicidal, so I can't really blame them. I first started calling 911 whenever I had privacy and time alone. I just felt lonely and wanted someone to listen to me and to what I had to say. I eventually came across a operator. We'll call this operator who I had a connection with, like I was talking to a old friend that I could trust no matter what. And although this was probably against whatever rules that they operated under, they gave me the phone number for their center and told me that I was welcome to call anytime and that all I had to was to just ask for a. I called several times that year when I was on the verge of ending my own life. I honestly didn't want to go, but sometimes the pain outweighs everything else that was worth living for. They talked me down on multiple occasions and encouraged me to ask the adults at my school for help, which I did. Eventually, I was able to fight back against depression and got my sheet together while I was at it. I stopped calling and I'll let you decide whether that's a good or a bad thing. But one night, I was laying in my bed, thinking about how far I'd come as a person, and how just a year or two ago I thought I would never be alive today, when I suddenly remembered that I hadn't called in a while. And so, I called right then and there, and got them up to speed as to what was going on in my life, how I was able to curb my depression, and was on medication now. And, for once, the mood in between us wasn't tense, like cough cough somebody's life was on the line cough cough. Point is, I put those people through hell and back. They went about their lives, not knowing if the kid that called them was still alive after me not calling them for a while, and whether they could have done something more. They were glad that I had called back with good news, but the truth is, I was probably one of the few to ever do something like that. Anyways, time to quit procrastinating on Reddit and cram for a psych exam that I know jack shit about. Give your mom / dad / best friend / so / dog / cat / fish / cactus a hug or something, because they are sure as hell glad to have you here today. TLDR at the end. Not a 911 operator, but I feel this counts. I worked at an after-hours call center. We had every kind of client you can imagine, from plumbers to doctors' offices, veterinarians, etc. Basically, if you called a business that had people on call, we answered, and per the company's protocol we paged out the appropriate people. We were a smaller place, no more than 6 or 7 people working at any given time. One night I had a call from a woman calling her psychiatrist, therapist maybe? I don't know the proper terminology. She was creepy calm. She said, I need to speak to Dr. Asshole. I'm giving the doctor this name. I'm going to kill myself. Very blunt and to the point. I panicked a bit. We weren't trained for this. Per the doctor's protocol, if it was a suicide attempt we were to keep the person on the line and call them directly instead of paging, so that we could connect the call. I asked the caller if I could put her on hold to call the doctor. She told me I needed to be quick. I called the doctor, no answer, left a voicemail that it was urgent. I made several calls to the doctor, stopping after every one to check in with the caller and let her know I was trying to reach the doctor. On the 4th or 5th call the doctor answered. She was livid. She was apparently at some sort of a dinner or something similar. I explained what was going on and asked if I could put the caller through. She said no, I can't take the call at this time. Page her with the patient's contact information and she would call when she had time. I was dumbfounded. I didn't know how I was going to get back on the line with this woman. The doctor hung up and I got back on the line with the patient. I told her the doctor wasn't available and that she should hang up and call 911. She didn't respond and I heard the line go dead. I was pretty shook up at that point, but I was praying this woman was going to call 911. About 5 minutes later she called back in. If a call came in more than once from the same number they tried to route it to the same operator, so that the caller wasn't simply repeating information over and over to different people. So I got the call. The woman is crying at this point, but angry. She told me she had a shotgun, and she was going to put the barrel of it in her mouth if I didn't get the doctor on the phone. So per protocol I called the doctor directly again. She answered the phone on the first call. I explained the situation. I was in tears at this point, because I was not equipped for this situation. She was again pissed. She told me she would not take the call. This patient has done this multiple times and she would call her when she had time. I had been trying to be professional up to this point, but I was young and emotional, and I said, Doctor Asshole, this woman is telling me she has a shotgun, and she is ready to put the barrel in her mouth. She has called twice. Tell me what you want me to do. I want you to do your job. Page the patient information, and do not call me again. I got back over with the caller and I begged her to call 911. She was hysterical at this point. She started hitting the phone up against something and said, do you hear that? That's the barrel of the shotgun. You tell Dr. Asshole this is all her fault. Against my better judgment I tried to call the doctor again. It went straight to voicemail. I tried to get the caller to give me her address. I was going to look up the police department in her area and call. All we had was a phone number, and it was mobile, so regardless of area code she could have been anywhere. But then the line went dead. I took a break at that point because I needed to collect myself. I kept checking back into that DR's account to see if any more calls came in that night. Mind you, I had informed my supervisor of what had happened after the first call because of how upset the doctor was when I called. The next day I had a late shift, so I didn't come in until the afternoon. When I got there the owner asked to speak with me. He worked on site. Again, this was a tiny office. I was thinking, oh shit, here we go. He called me in his office and shut the door. He told me the doctor had called in to launch a formal complaint about me. So he had pulled up the call or calls to listen to it. I was already crying. I really didn't feel like getting in trouble over this situation. He told me I handled that call extremely well for someone who shouldn't have been put in that situation. He then informed me that he had called the doctor back after looking into it and terminated their contract effective immediately, and we would no longer be answering after hours calls for her office. I have no idea if the caller lived or died. But I was so appreciative that my boss had my back. 911 operators get the sheet end of the stick, and my hat is off to all of you. TLDR answered after hour calls for a DR's office. Suicidal caller called in twice and doctor refused to take the call, even though it was protocol. Doctor called in to complain about my multiple calls to her. Owner of the business terminated her contract for after hours dispatching. I'm still pretty new and don't have any calls that are too out there, but I do have a few that stand out in my mind already. The first one was when I was still in training. I got to deliver a baby. Everything went pretty smooth. The baby and mother were healthy. It was her second child, so it all went pretty quick. Childbirth is a pretty rare call. Some people have been doing the job for years and never gotten one. Other people are lucky and have delivered dozens. Luckily my trainer had delivered quite a few, so having him over my shoulder was comforting. I had the husband on the phone and I was giving him instructions. Unfortunately they also had a doula on speaker on another line giving different instructions. So between the wife screaming, the doula, the husband freaking out, my trainer talking to me, it felt like a complete mess. And of course the ambulance showed up as soon as all the hard work was finished. They were actually able to arrange a little meet and greet with the family for us a couple weeks later, and that was pretty cool. Also, our agency hands out little stork pins with blue or pink bandanas for every baby you deliver. So now I have my baby delivery merit badge. I later delivered another baby that didn't go quite as smooth. I basically answered the phone to a man yelling, "The baby's coming. The baby's coming." Oh, it fell on its head. The baby was okay. A lady with a history of mental illness called in a domestic issue where she was allegedly being abused by her quadriplegic husband and wanted the police to respond and asked me to stay on the line with her until they arrived. She had apparently recently decided she was getting a divorce and was really happy about that fact, so she sang and played music to me the whole time we waited. A deaf lady called through a video relay service. She was at a police station and wanted an officer to come back to the station after hours to file a report for an incident that occurred at a 7 to 11. Routine enough, except I know there was number 7-11 in that town, and she would probably have to file the report in whatever town it occurred in. Every time I try to explain that to her, she just gets angrier and tells me to just send a cop to her. So eventually that's what I had to do. I don't know if she was an idiot, if I was explaining it poorly, or if something was getting lost in translation with the sign language interpreter, but it was really frustrating because I probably could have saved her a lot of trouble if she just listened to me and answered my questions. I had some homeless people living in a parking garage who were hands down my best callers ever. Their friend was having a seizure, which wasn't all that remarkable, but I was seriously impressed that they knew exactly where they were, address, cross street, city, everything. You'd be amazed how many people have zero clue where they are, or even what a cross street is. But these homeless people nailed it, answered all of my questions, followed all of my instructions, kept calm, didn't freak out, and even knew a lot their friend's medical history and what medications he was on, even though they claimed they didn't know him that well. On the sadder side, I had a lady whose husband had early onset Alzheimer's. He didn't recognize her, was trying to throw her out of the house, and had kicked their dog in anger. It was apparently the first really bad day he'd had, and I could just tell it was tearing her up inside. I've had a couple cardiac arrests where an elderly woman have been unable to roll their husbands onto their back to start CPR, so all we were able to do was have them wait in another room until an ambulance arrives. I had a welfare check on an elderly female from a neighbor who noticed that her car hadn't moved in a couple days. The call was all pretty routine, but later I noticed on my map that every cop in town was there. Apparently the woman had been murdered, and the murderer and their young child was still there when police arrived. That was a turn of events I never expected in a million years. I had a woman call in that her boyfriend borrowed her car to run out for cigarettes, but had been gone for almost an hour. I get the vehicle description, his name, ECT, to put it in as either a missing subject or a vehicle theft, but she doesn't want a cop to come out to her apartment to file the report because she's concerned how he'd react if he came home to police. Alarm bells go off in my head, and I push for some more info, and basically this poor woman was terrified of this asshole. He was an abusive drug addict, had done time for assaulting a cop, and was all around a piece of shit. She's asking questions about how we'd respond if she called 911, but hangs up or isn't able to talk. I answer all her questions, tell her about text to 911, tell her she can call and ask to order a pizza, and we'll figure it out from there. Towards the end of the call, he does show back up with her car and she quickly gets off the phone, still not wanting police to respond. Not 10 minutes later she calls back in. Someone else answered that call. It's now a full-blown domestic, and we are sending cops out. I had a husband call in that his wife took a bunch of pills and tried to slit her wrists. He got the knife away from her and was sitting on her so she couldn't hurt herself further while their 2 kids were asleep upstairs. The whole time I was on the phone I heard her yelling at him to get off. We had someone call in that their son was suicidal and they weren't sure where he was. About 5 minutes later someone calls in a dead body they found. Eventually the dots are connected and the body is identified as the suicidal subject. I didn't take those calls, but it was a weird situation, so I was following it. Somewhere between when they identified his body, but before they notified the family, the girlfriend calls in with some additional information, saying they were able to use the Find My iPhone app to see that he had recently been at a certain store and some other details. As soon as they said his name I knew it was our dead guy, but I couldn't reveal that information to her, so I took the call and entered the information, all the while knowing the guy was already dead. That was a surreal experience. Edit. I can't believe I forgot this one. I answered a call from my own uncle. His wife was having a stroke. He actually recognized my voice before I recognized his address. After I got off the phone with him, I quickly sent out a mass text to my family for them all to check up on the situation. Oh boy, there are many. Some are good, some not. First day on the job my neighbor died, so there was that. There was a call where the caller found a man with his brain in the backseat of a car, but the rest of him, mostly, was still in the front. During one of the hurricanes, when our town was out of power for almost 2 weeks, someone called 911 to demand we make all his neighbors turn off their generators because they were violating the noise ordinance. He was informed that would not happen in any way. Just before that hurricane, a woman called 911 to demand we make Stop and Shop grocery chain get more cases of water so she can buy some. A woman dialed 911 to report that a vagrant spit in her direction while she was driving by at 35 miles an hour and he was walking on the sidewalk. He was a vagrant because she didn't recognize him, but she didn't live anywhere near there either. A husband and wife called to make a noise complaint because their neighbor's yard had a lot of frogs making noise and they needed to be up early. They felt we should find a way to make the home meow and quiet the frogs, which by the way are spring peepers and can be quite loud, but are natural and it only lasts a few weeks or so. The wife was on the phone and in the background the man is going, "Did you tell him we need to get up early?" She also informed me they almost called 3 days earlier because there was a lot of mosquitoes, but then the frogs showed up. A woman wanted me to call in a dive team to go find her son's glasses that came off while swimming at the beach. A caller reporting a motor vehicle flipped over into a pond and the woman had gotten out, but her boyfriend hadn't. Could hear her screaming in the background. When the officers got there within 30 seconds, the pond was literally on the police department's road. They went in to try and get to him before the fire department started to arrive. We didn't get a ton of updates for a few minutes except for an urgent request for additional ambulances for injured officers. Officers that I worked with every day, some of whom are close friends and I see regularly outside of work. So I sent more ambulances and hoped someone would give an update over the air. Several officers were treated for hypothermia and unfortunately the passenger in the vehicle did not survive, but the officers recovered. I spent months barely sleeping after that, dreaming about the screaming. I have heard people die on the phone and heard people find loved ones that died, but this one stood out, and about how I had sent my friends into additional danger. Many miserable months. I was a different person, unhappy, didn't do anything, didn't enjoy anything. I had a friend in high school who, not realizing it was me on the phone, called to ask for help for a friend who was going to kill himself with a shotgun. The help was for him, not his friend. I had to persuade him to tell me where he was. A car accident that resulted in the death of young 20-year-old woman who hit a tree. The car exploded and she burned. Another of my friends, an officer, was burnt trying to get her out of the burning vehicle. The call wasn't the hard part, it was dealing with the friend being injured at something I sent them to. A phone call to me, I will always remember, was when the department called me to tell me I needed to come in because there had been an officer involved shooting. Someone was dead, others were shot, and very little information yet. Turned out one of my department officers discovered a hostage situation when responding to a welfare check. The subjects had kidnapped 2 people, forced them to withdraw money from their bank accounts, and intended to kill them and bury them. The officer stopped the vehicle and got the hostage, only one in the car, out of the vehicle before someone jumped in the driver's seat and took off. There was a pursuit which went into the next jurisdiction, where the pursuit was joined by the state police. The vehicle crashed, and then the 2 subjects began firing at officers, who returned fire. 1 subject was killed, 1 was injured, and 1 officer was shot multiple times but survived. We didn't know who was injured or anything for a while. I take a call about 1931 night, a female asking for an extra patrol request for let her watch the area for the night. Her ex or a former abuser was in town or she somehow knew he was in the area. I took the call, put in a CFS, Call for service, and our dispatcher gave it to an officer. She was calling from a 911 only or uninitialized phone. She could only call 911, and we couldn't call back. She didn't need contacted, so the officer made a bulletin and cleared the call. I had pretty much forgot about the EP request. Time went on, it was now 0400204430. 911 call comes in. It is just a woman screaming bloody murder. She was just screaming and crying in pain. It was just an open line. She wasn't responding to questions. I muted mic just to listen. While this was going on, I had put in a CFS and put the phase 2 location in the call. With phase 2 all I had was about a 20 to 30 meter accuracy, which is normally good, but it placed her at a multi-level hotel, which makes locating her much more difficult. Because of the situation where we can't call back and we needed to keep the line open so I don't hang up and stay on the line. Listening to her screaming and crying, if I remember correct, I could also hear the man in the background grunting, talking in a deep low voice. We had multiple units on the call by now. They started going door to door in the hotel. They got to a room and the people in it told the officers they heard screaming from the room above, but they didn't pay attention to it. Units finally made it to the room. If I remember correct, they had immediately forced the door and went in. I don't remember exactly what they said he was doing to her, but it wasn't good. She went to the hospital. He went to jail. I spent 38 minuets on the line with her, listening to her screaming and wailing. To this day I can remember the terror in her voice. I took this call just before my wife and I got married. I got off at 0600, stopped at her place to say good morning as she went into work, and made sure to hug her extra tight that day. Edit. I'm so sorry this turned out so long. Sorry for any typos. I'm on mobile. My first homicide. Christmas Eve I came in for my shift. I didn't get the call, but it had come in like 30 seconds before I arrived, and the dispatcher that I was relieving literally said good luck and dipped out. A man had come home and caught his wife cheating on him. He was basically done with her. He put his kids to bed, packed up his suitcase, and loaded up his truck. The entire time she was begging him not to leave, but he just ignored her. He got in the truck, backed out of the driveway, and left for his parents' house about 50 minutes away. When he left, she chased him into the road, hitting his truck and screaming for him to stop and come back. She tripped and went under his back tires and he ran her over. He didn't know the truck was a big Texas-style dually and she died. The neighbors found her in the road the next afternoon and called the police. I was set to work an 18-hour shift to cover for the co-worker that wanted to spend Christmas Eve home with her family, so I settled in for a long haul of a mess. They finally found him and brought him in for questioning. The poor guy was a wreck and couldn't stop freaking out about his kids, who had been alone in the house the entire night and mourning with their mother dead in the street in front of the house. About 8 p.m. the calls started coming in from the woman's family, and I was unable to give any information about the investigation, but word got out about what had happened, and that we had the husband. A literal faking lynch mob showed up in my lobby. 3 men with rifles walked into the PD demanding that we give them the husband so that they could deal with him. I told them that they needed to leave or that they would face prosecution, and they pointed their guns at me and started screaming horrible shit at me. I wasn't overly worried because I was behind like 5 inches of plate glass, but they didn't leave until my officers arrived and forced them to leave at gunpoint. I asked one why they didn't arrest them, and he figured they weren't actually going to shoot anybody and just wanted access to the inside of the PD. They drove their trucks around the block until about 6 a.m. screaming until the armored transport got there to take him to county. We managed to get the transport out and stop them long enough for it to get to the city limits, and we ended up having to arrest a couple of them for brandishing weapons in the streets. I went to my grandmother's house immediately after getting off and changing clothes so I could meet up with my family for Christmas Day, and I don't think I've had a worse Christmas to this day. I work at a towing/roadside assistance service call center where we also occasionally handle on-duty stuff for insurance emergencies. We can only have access to car insurances though, but give instructions in other situations. You wouldn't believe how many people worry about the finance stuff first. Too often we have to advise people to call the emergency number instead, for we're an externalized provider. I've had to handle countless of unforgettable crashes. For example, one where a car had crashed, so the fence of the highway had pierced the car from the front left door through to back right door. We have camera access to the gate of the place where they drop totaled cars off, and I saw it, and there was a lot of blood and a shoe stuck to the piece of fence. One was a call I picked up. A lady called one of the towing lines that she's completely lost in the middle of a forest and stuck in snow. I of course asked for more details, where she was coming from and where she was headed, and for about how long had she been driving. She told me she was originally on a highway from city A to city B that are 100 kilometers apart, wanted to see a camping site, and went off the highway and had apparently been driving far enough to have gotten lost. No details on how long she had driven, so I just simply can't locate her. She's getting agitated and asks if we can just ping her phone. I had to explain that we are only a towing company, we don't have such resources unfortunately, so I'm going to have to ask you to cooperate. At this point she gets angry and goes, the year of our Lord 2017, and we put men on the moon, but your shitty firm can't even tell where I am. And we get a lot of attitude from a lot of customers, so I just try to stay calm but stern and tell her that if she's truly that lost, I can't send a towing truck to look for her. It isn't covered by the service. It could take hours and they might not even find her, so unfortunately I can't send anyone before I get more details. She asks if we could send a helicopter to look for her. I again point out that we are just a towing service. We don't have helicopters. Since she seems so hopeless and certain that she has no idea where she is in a 100-kilometer radius, I tell her she should contact the emergency number instead. She goes, I don't want to waste taxpayer money on this, and simply refused to call the emergency number. I tried to plead and explain the reality of our capabilities, but eventually she's just too pissed and hangs up on me. It wasn't horribly busy that day, and we're not required to call back if we're beep hung up on. Sort of a situation we have to evaluate ourselves. And even though she was so difficult, of course I was a little worried about her, so I tried calling back, but to no avail. Sometimes the on-duty insurance company calls get pretty rough, especially because we can't really do anything. It was a late Friday evening. I'm not far from completing my shift and the on-duty calls get merged with the line we have for normal insurance covered cases. It rings and most of the time those calls are pretty straightforward and easy, so I'm like, yeah, I have time for one more, and I answered to a woman who was clearly frustrated and a little panicked. She starts the call saying, hi, my house is on fire. What do? I ask for more information and if the fire department has been alerted. She tells me that the fire department is there and there's no one inside or anything, but what should she do now? I follow our directions and tell her that we do not have access to their home insurance. So I cannot confirm if anything will be covered, but if they have nowhere to go, they should take a decent priced hotel room, and it'll most likely be covered by the insurance when the right department is open for calls on next Monday. I felt really bad, because I can imagine how nightmarish it is, and there's no certainty of what will be covered and what not. She of course gets angry, and I feel so bad, because there's literally nothing else I can do in this situation. I later read about the fire in the news, and it was a big beautiful 3-story wooden house that had to be expensive. But by far the worst calls come from people with the expensive cars, like Mercedes and so on, for they think that the car is a miracle car that can't break because they paid more money for it, and how everything is outrageous. There's also a line we only operate at certain times around the year, and there's a very strict protocol on which ones we have to advise to call the emergency number. A person called me that they were drifting at sea on a powered down yacht. Those are always an emergency, and I tell them to call the local sea rescue department and that they should call them directly. Because we can't ping their phone, and if we transfer the call, the rescuers can only see that it's coming from our servers that are in Denmark, an entirely other country. After we are sure that the caller has understood the instructions, we have to wait a few minutes, a good time to fill in the reports and send them forward, etc. And then call the emergency number 2 to make sure they've received the call. If yes, it's in their hands and we can close the case in our end. If not, we have to call the caller back and double check on them. Sometimes they don't answer, and all we can do is send the report with the update that the caller hasn't been reached, and then we wait. Sometimes they call again, sometimes they don't. And because we are just a medium for the cases, we most of the time don't get to find out how they end. I got burnout from this job, so I can only imagine the toll that handling the emergencies that we pass through must take on a person. I admire you people so much. You are all heroes. So much respect. I was a sworn Leo, but part of our academy required us spend time in dispatch, so we would better appreciate the pressure and the horrors that are visited upon the staff in the fishbowl, as we called it, and thereby remember to provide better information in our calls to dispatch. It seemed like a reasonable plan, in truth. My trainer was the senior dispatcher Thames Elf, who reminded me of one of the snakes from Thulsa Doom's temple in the first Conan movie, slow moving, eyes partly closed, brooding and heavy with menace. Only they perpetually smelled like cigarettes, which the snakes, for all their violent potential, did not. I'd received my initial training with the software, and my trainer decided it was too quiet for their liking, which required them have a cigarette outside. I later found that almost anything could provoke them to the determination that they required a cigarette. Too many calls, not enough calls, too weird of calls, boring calls, etc. In other words, they were an addict. The primary thou shalt of the service was to answer all calls before the third ring finished. The threat of what could happen to you if you didn't include bad paper in your file, and progressive discipline which led to far worse things. Within roughly 15 minutes of the august and revered senior dispatcher leaving for their N=, break, a call came in from a young woman who'd just been sexually assaulted. She was in terrible distress, crying and understandably distraught, and as I gathered details from her, the ACD software routed another call to me as suddenly the switchboard lit up and everyone was swamped with calls. I could feel myself dying inside as I explained to the young woman that I was required to place her on hold while I took another call. Her soul-rending anguish, her outrage, but most of all, her hurt at being shoved aside all combined for me to hate everything in the world in that instant as the fractions of seconds rapidly piled up, coming to the end of third ring of the incoming call, which was a bomb threat for the local post office. Even in this large metropolitan city, they were rare at the time, but this was shortly after 9/11, and everything was a hot mess as I struggled to find the template for bomb threat calls, all while watching the held call blink, blink, blink. When the senior dispatched slowly sauntered back into the fishbowl after their leisurely 20-minute smoke break, I was soaking my new 3rd A body armor in sweat, and it was all I could do to keep from flipping them off as I gratefully ran out with my FTO to go search the post office for a parcel that might be a bomb. I was a green 911 operator, had been shadowing most of my time at the job, but on this night, my trainer decided to cut the strings and let me fly free. Wouldn't you know I would get 2 cardiac arrest calls for the first time at the job. Let me tell you, those calls are tough. The first call was from a woman saying her husband wasn't breathing. I couldn't get her address because of how upset she was, and next thing I know, the PD/FD operator who received the call and transferred to me came on the line and gave me the address and informed me it was her grandpa. That kinda faked me up, because you're supposed to have nerves of steel in this job. That job toughens you up a bit. The shock and sadness in her voice. The second call came from a mom whose son wasn't breathing. He was a bigger dude, and she couldn't get him on the ground to do CPR. She ended up putting me on speaker and let me give instructions on how to perform CPR to her other son and husband. I could hear them getting upset at my instructions and I could understand. They were in a pretty stressful place. I stayed on the phone until the medics arrived and ended the call. The dude didn't make it unfortunately, but what was crazy is the person I was giving instructions to was a good friend I hadn't spoke to in a while. It didn't dawn on me until after speaking with a mutual friend and learning of his brother's passing. It was soon after that, and the intensity of those extreme 911 calls, that made me realize the job wasn't for me. Sorry in advance, I'm not the most eloquent person. I have been on the job for just over 9 years in a college town and love it. October 25th, 2015. Homecoming parade for Oklahoma State University. It's one of the largest college homecoming events and there are several thousand people that come to town for it. The parade route runs down Main Street through downtown and continues north for a mile before turning back to the west at the end. I had attended the parade and watched from the beginning of the route and left to walk over to work to visit with the 2 girls on duty. I was a new mom and like any new mom, liked to show off my new baby girl. I walked in and everything was normal for about 30 minutes while the parade continued. Emergency management handles a lot of the activity and direction for large events and dispatch handles the normal calls for service, dispatching of officers, fire, etc. We had our motorcycle officer posted at the north end of the parade route to block traffic from entering the parade route. There were also barricades, but they were not heavy-duty barricades. The girls and I sat and visited and they played with my baby girl for a while. I started to gather my things to leave when the keyed up saying he needed help. Anyone that's been dispatching for a while can tell you, with the veteran officers, you can tell in their voice when something is wrong. It still gives me chills when I think about how he sounded. He told us a car had gone through the barricades, into his motorcycle, and into the crowd. Then the phone lines started going. 4 people had been killed. A couple that lived in town and were huge supporters of the school, a college student from a neighboring town, and a 2-year-old boy. Close to 50 others were hurt. We were getting overwhelmed with calls from parents that knew their kids were there somewhere, witnesses, other agencies offering help, as well as the normal calls for service. I sat at one of the stations with my girl in my lap and started taking calls. She stayed there with me all day until my husband got off work to pick her up. Several other dispatchers came in to fill our other 2 stations and help with whatever they could. We all figured the girl driving the car had a medical condition that caused an accident or was possibly drunk. It turns out she did it intentionally. She has never given a reason, but is in prison now. I have others that still resonate with me, but that is definitely the one that comes to mind first. Used to work the 911 line at night which resulted in numerous interesting tales. Here's one. Most nights were long and boring for me as the phone didn't ring much and I was mainly in charge of the fire department dispatchers. That's where I worked and I was just doing a rotation in there, but I was still on the 911 line and coordinated with the other agencies, police, medical, so forth. Often I'd come in, hook up my 360 and kick back for the night dealing with maybe a few calls that amounted to a whole lot of nothing. So there I'm playing Fallout 3 when the 911 line goes off and I answer without any problem. Me. 911. State your crime or emergency. Guy incredibly calm voice. Hello, I was just attacked by 2 large black men who beat me, mugged me, and then cut off my business. I just sit there in silence for a moment trying to process what I just heard. Me. Sir, I'm sorry, did you just say they cut off your business? Guy. Yes they did, and mugged me too. I'm in desperate need of medical attention. By now I'm sounding up all kinds of alarms to get everyone rolling, because this is doing to be a long one. Me. Sir, I'm going to need your location so I can get you help. Do you know where you are? Guy. I'm not sure. I'm in a lot of pain and there's a lot of blood. I think they still have my business. Now I'm trying to see where the call is coming from, but unfortunately my system isn't registering a location. I'm on the other line with the cops, who are giving me the address, while I'm still trying to talk with this guy. Me. I'm getting your address now from the police, sir. Help is on the way. Just stay on the line with me until help arrives. Guy. Thank you. I'm so embarrassed by this. By now I'm kind of in disbelief that this guy is so collected, but figure it is shock, and it hasn't quite hit him yet. Out of nowhere I hear him start making this weird groaning sound, and then he hangs up. I dispatch out the call as a sensitive nature and get all crews rolling when I realize the location is directly across the street from the hospital. I try to call the number back, but get no answer. However, the 911 line rings again, and it's the same guy saying the same thing, and starting to sound a bit more panicked, wanting help. I try to keep him calm, and can hear the sirens in the background, but this only causes him to freak out more, and I can't really understand what he's saying anymore. Finally the medical crew finds him, and he's naked from the waist down, had apparently messed himself while sitting on the floor, and beyond that was unharmed. Apparently he was a dementia patient from the hospital across the street, who woke up in the middle of the night, put on a shirt, and somehow wandered outside. Then when he became lost he called 911 and thought someone cut off his business. I have two. Both happened about 9 years ago. When I first started out I was tethered to a senior dispatcher for 6 weeks who would listen as I answered 911 calls. I answered the call 911, "What is the location of your emergency?" And I hear this woman screaming, "Let me talk to my mom," over and over again. I repeat, "This is 911, do you have an emergency?" And she continues a few more times asking to speak to her mom. The senior dispatcher is shrugging his shoulders at me, and he comes on the line, "Ma'am, this is 911, do you have an emergency?" And she whispers, "There's a man here with a gun." At that point, the senior dispatcher slides me over and takes over while I listen. She pretended that we were her mother and she was talking to us and that she just wanted to tell her kids she loved them before he shot her. At the time, she was on a cell phone and our GPS was registering her right between two apartment complexes with no registered address to her number. It took maybe 10 minutes to get the apartment complex and room number before she hung up, and we were unable to contact her again. After we lost contact, the police showed up, but it was too late. He shot her 17 times and then walked out with his hands up. He was the father of their daughter and were going through a divorce where she alleged that he molested their daughter. Second one is much lighter. The town I worked in has many state prisons. I answered a 911 call from the warden of the maximum prison asking for an ambulance for an inmate. Whenever a medical call is initiated you get a prompt that lets you select what type of injury it is and relays this information into the CAD software. I ask what the problem is, and he says an inmate has a 2-inch slit down his business. I am sorry, can you repeat that please? I asked. The inmate took a big razor and cut down the side of his penis to retrieve a domino, he said. So I relayed this information over the radio to our paramedics and they also made me repeat what I said over the radio. "Okay dispatch, that's what we thought you said." After I got all the information, I asked why he did this, and the warden said that in several of these prisons, there isn't AC in most of the units, so during the summer, inmates injure themselves, so they can go to the infirmary, where it is air conditioned. If the infirmary can't handle it, we send an ambulance, but you can only have one ambulance at a time in a prison unit, the rest are saved for the citizens. At least for our county this was the rule. Edit. Thanks for the silver. I'm not a dispatcher, but I'm a first responder who's dispatched to attend, often before ambulances arrive. There are things that we shouldn't be dispatched to, but it depends on how the call comes through. Respect to dispatchers though, we have had numerous times that we've been auto-dispatched via pager/app/text system, and we've had a dispatcher flag it as a non-attend due to it being potentially dangerous to life, especially if you're a solo responder. We had a farmer call to say he was bleeding badly from his arm. This was relatively early in the morning and still dark. Attend to find no life at the farm, very rural and empty. We managed to find him slumped in an agricultural shed and barely conscious. His bleeding was a result of him falling over junk on the floor and nearly taking his whole arm off on the shards of sharp metal paneling that was in there. He'd managed to make the call in a state of calm panic and downgrade his injuries. We also attended a suicide of a young woman who had attempted to carry it out like in the films, overflowing bathtub, bloodstains everywhere, and the razors in the bath with her. We've been sent to a fair few bodies. Really sad when they are single people who haven't been seen for a while and the smell is what alerts people. We found a woman in front of her TV with it still on, post all piled up at the door over time, and the only reason someone had thought it was strange was because the TV was on early and lots of flies were all over the windows. You don't ever forget the distinct smell of a decaying body. I was the night shift 911 for my hometown/county in rural MO for a time before E911 was implemented. For background, my first live call, while I was training, was in response to my aunt having a heart attack. To my credit, my trainer didn't find out till after the call, and I got through it before it showed. That is not the call this brought up first though, just an explanation of the everybody knows everybody I worked in. The real call I'll never forget was not all that different from many of the other calls on here. I received a 911 call from a distressed woman who had locked herself in a bathroom to hide from her brother who was actively threatening to shoot her. I could hear him beating on the door and yelling unless she would give him money to buy meth. I was relaying information to the on-duty officer when he started shooting. There was a lot of screaming and noise for a bit, which I mentally told myself is better than it going silent. After some time she calmed down, and I was able to get her to tell me the extent of her injuries. She didn't think she was shot, and wasn't bleeding. Then it got very quiet. I asked her if she was still alright, and she started sobbing into the phone that he was dead. Then she disconnected. I had the ambulance and the officers on the way and updated them. Later I found out he had shot up the bathroom, and she really didn't get shot, but he used his last bullet on himself. He did not survive his injuries. Okay, I'll start with the worst couple first, and end with something lighthearted. Guy is leaving for work. They live in the country. I worked in northern Nevada, so it was mostly city calls, but occasionally we'd get calls from people in outlying areas. So this guy is leaving for work and his 3-year-old runs outside to wave goodbye. He doesn't see her as he backs up, and he backs up over her. He immediately freaks out as it's very apparent that she is pretty lifeless. His wife, who is a nurse, tells him to call 911. He calls and is just screaming, sobbing. I could barely get his address out of him, let alone what happened. We start talking about medical steps. The wife takes the phone. She says as calmly as anything I've ever heard, "I've been doing CPR since he called. She has no pulse, she's dead. I can feel my breath coming out the back of her head." Her skull was completely crushed, and she was in fact dead. I had another guy, not quite as harrowing as the last one. He calls 911, again very calmly states his name and address. "My name is Bob Smith. I live at 123 ABC Street. My front door is unlocked. My dogs are fed and in their kennels. I'm going to kill myself." Blam on the recording. As soon as he said he was going to kill himself, I obviously said, "Sir, I need you to talk to me." However, halfway through me saying "sir," the shot had already been fired. At that point, the call is in, and EPT policy required us to stay on the phone during a suicide attempt in the event that person needs medical help. So I stayed on the phone for the next 5 or so minutes listening to his body go through the last few phases of life. The gurgling, gasping, etc. PD arrived, secured the scene, and we disconnected. Like I said above, being in northern Nevada, we encounter a variety of people mixed between city and some pretty country folk. One day in the middle of the day, we get several calls about a non-injury accident, pretty mundane, until unexpectedly we start getting calls that one party just fled the scene. Now we have a possible hit and run. We are getting calls from the frantic other party, and a do-gooder that was on scene. A couple minutes later we get a call from the driver that fled the scene. He was calling from the Chili's down the street, and in the most country accent you can imagine, a man says, "Hey, this is sorry for leaving that accident. I was standing there waiting for you guys, and it took so long. Well, I almost shit my britches. It took everything I had to stop from laughing. I found out where he was, directed officers, and they responded for the normal report. No word on the damage done to the Chili's bathroom. I'm sure people on here have countless stories. It's such a crazy field to work in. Now I work for a school district. My 911 days are long past, and I still get comments from teachers, students, and even some of my family. How is it you stay so calm when things go sideways at work? And I truly believe that job causes you to either become that way, dealing with all the craziness, or you become the flip side, which is miserable and stressed. I'm thankful I didn't go the miserable stress route. I took a call from a babysitter that was saying the 3-year-old she watches is unconscious after falling and hitting her head on a toy. She seemed so calm throughout the whole call, and I kept asking if she was breathing, which she answered yes to. After medics got there, they immediately asked for a deputy sheriff supervisor, which is a very bad sign. Turns out the babysitter was actually beating the 3-year-old for a long time, and this time she got too out of hand and actually beat her so bad that she ended up with brain damage. The 3-year-old ended up dying in TH hospital a week later, and the babysitter was charged for the crime and put in prison. It makes me look back and wonder if there was anything I could have actually done to save this child, like telling the babysitter to do CPR. I didn't know the child was not breathing because she told me she was. I don't know why people have to be so shitty. It wasn't me, but the girl sitting next to me that day took a murder-suicide call where the adult kids came home to find their dad killed their mom and then killed himself. She immediately left the room crying after she hung up, and I don't blame her. On a lighter note, just last night I had a 911 caller tell me the neighbors flagged down his pizza guy and pretend to be him to steal his pizza lol. I had to dispatch an officer to make a report. These serious calls, where it is life and death, are rare compared to the silly or routine calls. I get more 911 calls about the cable being out or saying they meant to dial 411 rather than actual emergencies. Okay, I'm one of those guys. I'm not a 911 operator, but I know one who had a call he will never forget. Right out of high school I joined the fire department, and there was a guy there who was a 911 dispatcher. I went to high school with his daughter, but I never talked to her. We had mutual friends and went to the same parties and stuff, but we had never even said hi to each other. The following summer a couple of kids I went to high school with had a party. The 911 dispatcher's daughter was there. When the party ended, she left with 4 people who I've never seen before she, and another guy was clearly drunk. The other 3 I'm not positive if they were or not. I don't know who was driving, or how they were getting home, or what, because I wasn't friends with them. A friend and I left together, and a couple miles down the street I saw a car swerving in front of us. I recognized the car and knew it was at the party, so I called 911 and said there's car in front of us and the driver is probably drunk. It was a said 911 dispatcher. He actually recognized it was me because he answered saying hi Jerome. Right before I gave more information the car hit a tree. I went over and checked and realized his daughter was in the passenger seat. The 3 people in the back were okay, but the driver and his daughter were a mess. I legit thought they were dead. My friend with me was an EMT, and he legit passed out. Telling him it was his daughter and she crashed was the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life, but his composure on the phone telling me what to do was just unbelievable. He was a war veteran, a former cop turned 911 dispatcher, and he was the chief of another fire department at one point, and he was calmer than me, even thought it was his daughter. What was even weirder was, when the fire department came, it's another department in town and the girl's uncle was the chief. When her uncle came you could see the lack of composure on him, and the assistant chief had to take over as Ike. The dad eventually came over, and he was so calm seeing his dead daughter. The driver and the 4 passengers survived, but the girl died. For a couple of months I could see some resent from him towards me, and at one point he blamed me for his daughter's death because I did not stop them from going into the car, even though I didn't know what they were doing. He will be retiring this year as a dispatcher and plans on moving down to California. I've never been a 911 operator, but I did operate a local sexual assault hotline, one that both parents of children would call for sexual abuse and adults would call about themselves. I got a call from a woman who insisted to send police out to her house because she caught her teenage daughter masturbating, and they come from a Christian home, and girls don't do that unless someone taught them to do it, meaning there must be sexual assault involved. Apparently the mom watched the entire thing, and when the girl was done, the girl didn't realize mom was watching. Mom said, "Are you proud of yourself right now?" Absolutely disgusting. And I did actually ask the cops we worked with if mom would technically fall under any kind of law for what she did, watching her possibly naked daughter masturbate, and they said no, she wouldn't be charged with anything. Somewhat similar situation. A mom found out that her 18-year-old son, who goes to or just graduated from maybe a very expensive boarding school, had been sexting and sending videos/pictures to another guy from his boarding school over the summer. She swore up and down that the other guy, from what I gathered the same age, must be manipulating her son because her son couldn't be gay, and somehow she knows that for a fact. In my state, once you hit 18 you can't force a kid to report sexual abuse, and this absolutely did not sound like sexual abuse anyway. Mom got so angry with me that she told me she was calling the cops on me. People threatening to call the cops on me or to sue our agency happened a lot, and I have a ton more stories, but I'll leave now. I have a couple stories. First one was while I was still in training, and I got a girl who said she was going to kill herself. She was clearly drunk and just kept saying that she was going to jump from her 4th floor apartment balcony and that she didn't care what happened. I can't remember her name, but I will never forget the voice. She said she was going to kill herself because she had found out her boyfriend was married with kids. The only thing that calmed her down was talking to her about her puppies she recently got. The next is another suicidal person. This man actually called 911 and just asked to be connected to the suicide hotline. I sat and talked to him for a while, and we had an officer go out and try to find him. I talked with him till the officer got there. A couple days later I got a letter from the officer, who was actually a sergeant, and the man had told him that he decided not to kill himself and to get some help at a facility just because of the way I talked to him and cared. Probably my favorite call of all time. The third call I will never forget was actually on the news, not because of the initial event, but because of what happened after. A small child was taken to the hospital and had died. Officers went out to the house to do a death notification, I believe, because the parents weren't there. I think. I can't remember this part exactly. What I had was a 911 call from the people at the house because the officers kicked the door in and started arresting people. I heard the whole thing. I don't know why, but this will be something I remember for a long time. The link is a video from the scene. I was on the phone listening to all of this. I'm a supporter of law enforcement, but in some cases like this one, the officers, to the best of my knowledge, didn't do the right thing. Not an operator, but I did make a call to 911 5 years ago, and I'll never forget the operator and how she helped me. It was December and my younger sister and I were home alone. She was 12, I was 16. My dad was never home at all, so I figured it was just like any other night. I was in my living room doing homework, while my sister resided in her room. She hadn't been doing spectacular during that time. She was severely depressed and resided in her room more than 90% of the time. Nothing out of the ordinary, until I heard her sobbing and practically screaming in her room. I knew what she was going through, and I was basically the only person in my family that she was close with besides my mom, so I went to check on her. Turns out, she had planned on killing herself and overdosed on sleeping pills. As soon as I saw the pill bottles, I knew what had happened. She kept apologizing to me and asking what she had done. I dialed 911 immediately and took her to the bathroom. The operator did a great job of telling me what to do and keeping me as calm as possible. As I took her into the bathroom and got her to throw up the pills, I started having the worst panic attack of my entire existence. The operator calmly told me ways I could calm myself down so I could focus on keeping my sister awake until the cops and paramedics got there. I told her I had asthma while I was on the phone with her, and right before I hung up, she told me to go find my inhaler and take a breather. My sister survived and is doing a lot better now. She's been off her medication for a year now. But I owe a thank you to the operator for helping me out when I needed it most in a professional but caring way. I got a call that changed my life and ended my career in dispatch. A vehicle had gone over the median on a highway and had a head-on collision. I'd dealt with that before, but this was different. A woman, 8 months pregnant, was on her way to her baby shower. The husband had called her, so she bent down to rummage through her purse to get her phone. She lost control of the vehicle, went over the concrete barrier at 80 plus, and collided with a semi-truck head-on. She died pretty much on the spot. I'd just found out my wife was pregnant, so it hit a nerve, I guess. I wanted to be out there helping, not moving on to the next call. Keep in mind, I heard most of the details from the officers and EMT over the course of the next few hours. What I couldn't figure out was why the EMT went to 2 hospitals that day. Once my supervisor got in on the call, I was out of the loop and had to rely on what cops waking through dispatch had heard. Turns out when EMT got there, they determined mom was dead and baby wasn't yet. I don't know all the details, but the hospital was less than 2 miles away, so they got her there, but something happened, and they ended up taking her to another hospital. Baby died en route. EMT who quit around the same time as I did told me it's because the first hospital refused entry for some reason, but I don't know if that's true. End result was I cracked. Not being able to get out there and try to help and dealing with a slow stream of information while I tried to wrestle with my feelings of what would I do if it was my wife was just too much. My supervisor wasn't very understanding and mental health just sent me to a psychologist who prescribed sleeping pills and an antidepressant. After 2 weeks of reoccurring nightmares, I changed jobs and tried to focus on becoming whole again while always thinking about that poor family. I desperately wanted to become a cop and save lives instead of being on the phone and powerless, but that's nothing compared to the pain that man felt with never meeting his child and never seeing his wife again. I got a call that changed my life and ended my career in dispatch. A vehicle had gone over the median on a highway and had a head-on collision. I'd dealt with that before, but this was different. A woman, 8 months pregnant, was on her way to her baby shower. The husband had called her, so she bent down to rummage through her purse to get her phone. She lost control of the vehicle, went over the concrete barrier at 80 plus, and collided with a semi-truck head-on. She died pretty much on the spot. I'd just found out my wife was pregnant, so it hit a nerve, I guess. I wanted to be out there helping, not moving on to the next call. Keep in mind, I heard most of the details from the officers and EMT over the course of the next few hours. What I couldn't figure out was why the EMT went to 2 hospitals that day. Once my supervisor got in on the call, I was out of the loop and had to rely on what cops waking through dispatch had heard. Turns out when EMT got there, they determined mom was dead and baby wasn't yet. I don't know all the details, but the hospital was less than 2 miles away, so they got her there, but something happened and they ended up taking her to another hospital. Baby died en route. EMT who quit around the same time as I did told me it's because the first hospital refused entry for some reason, but I don't know if that's true. End result was I cracked. Not being able to get out there and try to help and dealing with a slow stream of information while I tried to wrestle with my feelings of what would I do if it was my wife was just too much. My supervisor wasn't very understanding and mental health just sent me to a psychologist who prescribed sleeping pills and an antidepressant. After 2 weeks of reoccurring nightmares, I changed jobs and tried to focus on becoming whole again while always thinking about that poor family. I desperately wanted to become a cop and save lives instead of being on the phone and powerless, but that's nothing compared to the pain that man felt with never meeting his child and never seeing his wife again. Over the last 5 years, I've accumulated some good ones. I work in rural Ohio. First day on the job was a man who I later found out had high functioning autism called 911 because he ain't got no money. Turns out his welfare stipend was late. However, he kept repeatedly saying he ain't got no money. Was interesting to maintain my bearing throughout the call. Another was an elderly man who called 911 because he sat on his testicles in the bathtub and they went into his rectum. He was transported to the hospital without incident. A highly intoxicated male calling because his neighbor cut his grass and it was crooked than a dog's hind leg. This was defused over 911. When he asked what I do in this situation, I stated if my neighbors cut my grass for me, I'd give them a beer. The man did just that. A man who crashed an ultralight aircraft into one of our radio towers and used the call box mounted at the top of the tower to call 911. Started off with, "Well, at least we know where you are." A man called in saying there was a dead body in his driveway as he came home from work. After getting his address, he cut me off stating he wanted to go check on something for us and set the phone down. A single gunshot rang out. The dead body was himself. A lady who was on terminal hospice care and bedbound called to report her home health nurse had collapsed onto the floor. The home health nurse had a rupture of her aorta and died before she hit the floor. Unfortunately, the lady that also called it in had passed during the incident as well. Lastly, a lady called in asking what a recognizance warrant was. Explained that if you have one, you sign some paperwork and are given a court date and are sent on your way. She advised she was going to turn herself in shortly. Before I could ask her name to pull her file, she disconnected. Shortly after, the jail sergeant comes over laughing. She did not have a recog warrant. She was in fact a felony warrant with no bond. Apparently she was crying that I lied to her. Until we played the recording of our entire conversation. She's still in our jail. I average around 150 to 200 calls a shift, both 911 and 7-digit. Generally they are people asking to speak to a jailer about their friend/loved one in the jail, local events such as parades, trick-or-treating, the fair, etc. And the summertime brings a lot of ATV complaints and people complaining about neighbors target shooting. I was a manager at a 411 directory assistance call center, before Google wiped those out. If someone dialed 411 but was needing to connect to 911, the agent who answered would transfer to me and I would connect to either emergency or non-emergency 911. This would happen at least once per shift. It was policy that we stay on the line the entire call in case the caller was disconnected. I could quickly reconnect them. The call I won't forget was from Washington, D.C. An older black woman had called asking for police to inspect an abandoned building to look for her son who had been missing for a few days. I never knew the age of her son, but by the sound of her voice I would guess 40s. While we were on the call, she had a gentleman with her who went into the building. I could hear him in the background come back out and say, "I can't go in there, the smell is so awful." After a couple more minutes he did go back in. He came out again. I couldn't hear what he said to her, but the caller just sighed and said to the 911 operator in the calmest voice, "It's him. He dead. He just been dead in there." She didn't cry, so I assume the man had a drug problem and maybe odd in this kind of thing had been expected for a while. That's just my assumption by the way she reacted with a sigh and defeat in her voice. I know it's not as extreme as 911 operators have heard, but for me, at 23 years old, and not really in that line of work, it really broke my heart and stuck with me for a few days. I think about her every now and then still, 12 years later. First call comes in as a missing persons call. A couple people can't find their friend that was at the EDC festival in Orlando. He went missing. Shortly after, we receive a call about a male that was hallucinating, stripped, jumped a fence, ran into a lake and drowned. He was the missing person. Unfortunately, if you have worked long enough being a 911 operator, not too much gets to you. You normalize the violence and death. I remember the crazy people more than I do the terrible calls. The terrible calls are so many they just all run into each other in your memory. I worked in a very busy communications center for 3 years. I've heard everything from drive-bys, stabbings, shootings, suicides, SWAT calls, you name it. The second call that sticks out is when I was training. There was a traffic detail, and a sergeant was watching people run stop signs in a residential area. The officer pulled over an older gentleman and gives him a ticket for failing to stop. I get a call from a citizen that there is a male that shot at the officer. The bullet hit her house, and they were fighting. This was a rare officer in distress call that comes in over the phone lines. Apparently, the retiree wasn't so happy that he received a ticket from the sergeant and rode back on his moped and shot at him. You can see the results of what happens when you shoot at an officer here. I can keep going with all types of stories. Many of my old coworkers worked the Pulse nightclub shooting. Many of them were faked up mentally post-incident. I wasn't working there at the time. I had resigned a few months prior to move abroad. But I was in the calm center that morning, and it was just a heavy scene to take in. I haven't worked emergency comms for some years now, but I'll never forget the calls of active violence and death. Calls of people who were delusional. Someone arranged my spoons. Death threats to the center that we had to coordinate with the FBI due to the nature of the threats, or death of our own and sister emergency operations. But the most memorable call was the call from a friend who had just recently gotten into the field after I had been out. My friend worked the Vegas incident the night it went down and nights after the fact. At the time, we were simply online friends who bantered about games and memes, but when I saw the news I sent them a message with my phone number. When I got the call, I said, "Today is a day you will process a choice to stay or leave, and no one will make that decision but you." I know everyone in your department is shaken to the core, so I reached out to be the voice that understands how you have to answer the next call without acknowledging the fact someone just died on the call before. I'm here if you need to talk it out. And that's what we did for hours. I shared my experiences of processing death, watching coworkers go numb after a huge event, knowing my own method of compartmentalizing major incidents, so it wasn't a demon that constantly impacted my work and personal life. I can't tell ya how I heard this, and I'm not sure if it was 911 or a police call, but a woman called in because an alligator was outside her door. The woman was in the background yelling about how it was going to open the door and get in. The operator assured the frantic woman that alligators can't open doors and she should tell her boyfriend to get away from the door and the cops would be there shortly. The call was very loud. I'm not sure why they were so freaked out, but they were both screaming the whole time, for ish minimum. Somehow the call was disconnected. Not a full minimum later the woman called back and said her boyfriend had tried to open the door to give the alligator some cake, hoping it would eat the cake and leave. It didn't. The operator was saying, "Are you stupid?" The woman was frantic and the guy was yelling about how it was going to eat him. The operator told them to get in a bedroom or a bathroom and shut the door. The call was disconnected again, and I have no idea what happened. I know it sounds like a crank call, but I don't believe it was. The operator guy was the only person working the phones at the time, and he was calling them stupid and saying he couldn't believe they would do something as dumb as trying to feed an alligator cake. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard. I hope they're okay though. This wasn't something I heard on the internet. I heard the actual call. I can't explain more than that because I shouldn't have been listening, but holy shit, it was crazy. I'm a nurse/IQ nurse, and when we sit in the front to Tridge, we sit with the technician who checks vitals and the nurse asks why they are there. The phone line there can be reached only by extension from within the hospital. As far as I know, there's no way a patient or family member could call that line. Anyways, the technician left to go get some food, and I was there alone. The phone rang, I answered, and it was a man with an accent. "I'm down the street. My blood sugar is low. I think I still should take my insulin, or I think I did take my insulin." I immediately assumed it was the tech playing a joke. I said, "Okay, you guys are so funny," and hung up. The phone rings again. I'm gonna drive there, okay? Then I wonder if it really is a patient. So I said, "Just in case, no sir, you have to call 911 in case you have a seizure." And he said, No, I will drive, see you soon." The man never showed up. Or so I thought. About an hour later, the waiting room is full, people standing and waiting to see us. I'm going through Tridge as quickly as I can, and finally, a man jumps out of his wheelchair and lays himself on the ground. When a patient in the waiting room is on the ground, even if they put themselves there, we are required to go pick them up, put them on a stretcher, and bring them straight back to the main ER for evaluation. Essentially, they cut the line. This guy did it to cut the line. We bring him back, and I recognize his voice. He is the guy who called. He took too much of his insulin, ate ice cream to counteract it, took more insulin, felt dizzy, and then took a taxi to the ER. He was fine. He literally had nothing wrong with him, and he told us he laid on the floor to get inside quicker. Well, he started a sheet storm. About 6 more people who did not want to wait any longer hopped right out of their chairs and laid on the floor. Not exactly a 911 call, but a call that started a sheet storm I won't soon forget. All names are not the real names for obvious reasons. Had a female call. As soon as I picked up the line, her breath was hard and shaky. "Please no, baby. Please no," she begged an unknown person. I kept trying to get her attention, but I don't know if she couldn't hear me or had set the phone down. "Ma'am, tell me what's going on. Where are you?" I call out multiple times to her. "Please put the gun down, baby. Please, I love God, I love you. Please don't," she begs as her voice cuts in and out from the terrorist feeling. I had looked up the phone number while listening to try and see any call history. It returned to an address, and we had multiple calls of domestic disturbances there for a couple in their 20s, a female named Kelly and a male named Brandon. "Kelly, if you can hear me, I have help coming. I really need you to talk to me," though I called through the phone while listening to her cry and beg. Oh god. No 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 Brandon no. She screams as I hear a gunshot ring out. Kelly, can you hear me? Kelly, I need you to talk to me. What just happened? Complete silence answered me back as I tried to listen for any clue as to what happened. My mind raced thinking Brandon just shot Kelly. Suddenly the phone rustles, and it sounds like someone picked it up. He just shot himself. Oh my god. He faking did it. He faking did it. She screamed. Kelly, tell me where you're exactly at. She confirms her address and name. I make sure there's no one else in the residence before my units arrive. She stops talking to me and starts crying. I'm sorry baby god, I'm so sorry, my units arrive, and I disconnect the line. I have a couple of serious stories and a couple funny ones. Being a 911 operator can be exciting, frustrating, tiring, boring, stressful, but rewarding. I had a call where there was an rollover which resulted in a 5-car loop where an infant was ejected out of the seat. My caller was looking for the baby. He had found the baby and I can still hear the anguish scream in my head. Oh my god, the brain is exposed. Everywhere. The little baby is gone. It wasn't even his kid, but he has seen where the baby had landed and wanted to help it if he could. He wasn't prepared for what he saw. I barely had time to mentally prepare myself. Every once in a while, I hear that scream in my dreams. It's gotten better, though. Edit. While I did not want to discourage him from helping where he feels he needs to, I did point out that he will not like what he sees if he finds the baby. I saw an adult ejected out of a car in person, and it wasn't pretty. He said I have to try, and pressed on to. I had a call where someone accidentally shot himself in the genitals. I was fresh out of training and didn't know how to appropriately word it. So I typed in the details: 35-year-old, WM, red shirt, no pants, accidental discharge to genitals. I got so much heat for that. I was on the phone with this woman who had locked out her coked out husband. He was trying to kick the door in and she was hiding in the closet nearby. She then decides it would be a good idea to get a knife from the kitchen. I tell her to stay where she is, but she doesn't. Well, as she crosses the front door to get to the kitchen, I hear a BRM 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 BRM. She says I think I hear a chainsaw. BMM yup. Motherfucker got a chainsaw and started cutting the door down. I hear her screaming and running away, and she had dropped the phone. She ended up okay. Dear husband was arrested with the help of less than deadly force for this jerk off cult because his dogs were stuck. I said stuck where? In a fence? In a tree? And he said no, they were playing and got stuck together. Okay. Then it dawned on me. His dogs were mating and they're stuck. He then proceeds to tell me they were playing and now they're stuck together in this weird faked up way. I told him to just wait it out and it'll eventually be okay. I gave him a number to a 24-hour vet. That way someone can explain all the intricacies of doggy love without running the risk of getting in trouble with quality control. 5. Master. Betas. I never understood using 911 as a free search line. We know where you live. We will ticket you, master. Betas are few and far between. If they know you're male, they don't stick around for long. For the most part, anyway. Which doesn't stop me from forgetting to mute my mic and inhaling back as much mucus as loudly as possible and hawking a look into your ear, forcing you to hang up. I've done this before. I'm actually just getting off of work, the night shift. So I'm going sleepy by now. Sadly not an emergency number operator, so I can't talk about my own personal experiences, but my godmother used to be one. Oh, this happened in Finland by the way. So not exactly a 911 call, but pretty close. She takes the call of a hyperventilating teen girl who was clearly in a really bad state of panic and was having trouble speaking properly due to crying so much and struggling with regulating her breathing. She sounded either drunk or otherwise intoxicated, judging by her difficulty in answering questions like where she was. When asked about the situation she was calling for, she explained that her friend has done something, instantly started to cry more. After she inquired about what her friend did, the girl tried to continue but then vomited, loudly, probably due to the stress and whatever she was on. After that, she managed to explain that her friend had probably overdosed on purpose. She didn't know what they had on. She broke down and just kept asking what to do and if her friend would be okay. My godmother told her to check if her friend was breathing, and after going quiet for a moment, she said in the weakest, most defeated voice she had ever heard, "I don't know." Immediately started crying again, extremely distressed, begging her friend to stay alive. Godmother, sure at this point that the friend isn't breathing, told her to start CPR while waiting for the ambulance to come. When she started performing CPR and listening to my godmother's instructions, she kept repeating, "I don't want to lose X, this is my fault, don't leave me," and other stuff like that. My godmother was trying to keep her calm, but she was totally unable to calm down. She kept up the self-blaming and crying till the ambulance arrived. These are my friend's stories, not mine, and these are the 2 calls he said he'd never forget. We live in a pretty rural portion of Western NC, so it's very small police forces that are constantly looking for new guys. My friend gets on as a patrol officer in his county and is doing one of his first official shifts as a sworn officer. It's late at night when over the radio they get a call of shots fired at an old rundown motel on the side of the highway. This motel is known for drug use, vagrants, and the less fortunate who are trying to avoid the constant rain/environment. As they get on scene, they hear a woman scream, and they rush to it, guns drawn. Upon opening the door, he said he was hit with a thick, pungent smell of death, burnt carbon, and metallic smell of blood. A man sat on the edge of the motel bed with a large caliber handgun, and shot himself through the jaw, into the head. Splattered everywhere, to the point that when they stepped into the room my friend had a piece of brain matter fall onto him. He definitely said it's a haunting smell that he couldn't forget if he wanted to. This one had me pretty shook up when he told me it, and I could see the look of his eyes change when he was reliving it. They got a call for a suicidal person, basically letting them know where to find his body and that he wanted his daughter to be alerted to the situation. My friend is given a radio call and responds to the location to find that all seems well. He opens the door to the trailer with his pistol drawn and enters the doorway. He checked left but couldn't see that there was a small section to the right and proceeded on in. Thump. He felt a barrel and instantly knew that there was more than likely a shotgun pressed squarely against his vest/lower back. The man whispered into his ear that he didn't want to hurt my friend, but he was going to kill himself either way that night, without or without him. Thinking of his wife and 3 kids, my friend put his pistol away and stepped back. The man walked past, closed the door to the back room and shot himself. He survived the initial shot, blew most of his jaw off and part of his face. My friend called an EMS, but by the time they got there he had suffocated on his own blood from the damage. I wanted to be a cop, but I don't think I could handle witnessing things like that. I'm not a 911 operator or dispatcher, but I just wanted to express my appreciation for those of you who are. What you do is amazing, especially given how difficult and mentally/emotionally taxing this line of work is. And, as someone who has been unfortunate enough to have to make this type of call, how well you handle things like this really helps us get through what usually is our worst moments in our lives. The second most terrifying moment of my life was when I had to call the local sheriff cause my 3-year-old son went missing. It was on my family's farm, dozens of mesquite and rattlesnake-riddled acres in the middle of nowhere. It was just myself, my infant daughter, and my son. He was at that typical belligerent explorer age and was being a handful. I look away to change my daughter, hear the patio door alarm go off, yell at my boy to wait for me, and once I get to the door he's nowhere to be seen. The dogs came running from the direction of the pond, which is just several feet from the house. I still didn't see any signs of him. Nothing to indicate that he fell in the pond, but there were still all the dangers out there. The 45 or so minutes, I don't know for sure how long, it was a blur, was pure torture. I shouted for him constantly, circled the property on foot, then in the utility vehicle. I called the sheriff and get the deputy. I'm on the verge of a severe anxiety/panic attack, but the way he was so calm and walked me through everything while he and his team were on their way helped immensely. After they arrived with the search dogs, my boy was found in about 5 minutes. It had just gotten dark, and we say his light up shoes on the other side of the pond, the first place I searched. Still don't know how I missed him, even though I spent the longest time circling that place. But what stuck with me, besides the terror, was the calming composure of the deputy and the importance of those stupid light up shoes. I've handled quite a few calls that were traumatic, but once the responders were on scene and phones continue to ring, you just push forward. I did take a call not long ago that I had to step away from my console once I got confirmation that the patient was being transported to the hospital. I answered the call to a calm but very alarmed woman and her child crying in the background and saying over and over that he wanted his daddy. She answered my questions regarding address and other necessary info, but in between each question, said please send an ambulance now. Once I confirmed for a second time that help was already on the way to her, she finally calmed down enough to explain that she was babysitting her 2.5-year-old grandson and the family dog had attacked him and caused a lot of damage to his face. I have an almost 3-year-old. Listening to a baby beg for his daddy was devastating. Then, the next day the dad called back pissed off that his dog was in quarantine and demanded to speak to the officer. The officer refused to speak to him, so I reiterated what the officer and vet decided and told him to contact a supervisor on Monday to address his concerns. The judge decided, due to the massive injuries to the child, that the dog was to be put down. Edited for another, took a call and a lady is hysterical. She heard a struggle and walked outside to see a male beating a female and shoving her into his truck. I asked how long ago and she started giving me irrelevant information like how huge the blood puddle was. I interrupted her and asked again how long ago. She stated 2 to 3 minutes. I get the vehicle description and direction of travel. 2 officers find them and begin a pursuit. The woman jumps out of the truck completely naked while it was traveling about 50 to 60 miles per hour. 1 officer stopped and stayed with her. They see a lot of shit and they are normally pretty calm and collected. He was very obviously worried and kept asking Eater of medical. At one point he even asked us to let medical know that she probably isn't going to make it. She almost died and required multiple surgeries, but eventually recovered physically. He ended up getting away and fleeing the country, but kept calling the victim and threatening to find her and kill her if she pressed charges. He was caught about 6 months later by Mars Halls while on his way to kill her. Fuck that guy. Edit 2. Also had a barricaded guy in a vehicle in our parking lot threatening suicide by cop. That was nerve-wracking. I'll give you 3. I was an EMD, medical calls only, for almost 10 years. Call 1. A woman called because her friend was having a strange white discharge from her vagina. After a lot of questions and asking for clarification, I came to this conclusion. 1. There was a minimum of 5 people in a 1-room seedy motel. 2. At the very least the patient and her boyfriend had just finished having sex. 3. It can't possibly be cum, because it doesn't look like cum. Try keeping your smirks to a minimum while you unravel that emergency call to 911. Call 2. I answer the phone, and before I can finish my greeting I'm yelled over by a woman saying, "I did it. I stabbed my friend in the heart. She's probably dead." Turns out, she had been talking to the PD dispatcher and they transferred her as soon as they had their info. She really did stab her friend in the chest during an argument over who did more cocaine. Victim later died in the hospital. Call 3. I consider this my worst call. Woman calls because her husband is not breathing. Early 30s, he had been feeling ill, ate dinner and ended up vomiting and then aspirating his meal. I spent 8 minutes on the phone with this woman trying to calm her. CPR was out of the question from her. She couldn't move him and couldn't follow directions anymore while she cried and told me she couldn't live if he died and he was her entire world. Medics on scene resuscitated him, but there was too much damage to his lungs and he died the next day in the hospital. There were definitely worse events, children dying, etc., but the 8 minutes I spent trying to reassure this woman that help was coming and calm her enough to even try moving him enough to start CPR were just brutal. I'm not a 911 operator, but I was a dumb young person and I once called 911 about a stray dog. It was a little dirty poodle who looked very scared and lost, and I couldn't catch her, and I was sure that there was a family absolutely terrified that their dog had been gone for probably days, and I didn't want to lose sight of her to go home and look up the non-emergency number. I figured the police had already been notified of the lost dog and probably had the family's contact info. I had a little poodle myself, and I'd be absolutely shitting myself if she ran off and had been gone for days. I apologized for calling the emergency number and explained the poodle was running around in a parking lot. A few years later, my boyfriend at the time and I were driving, and he was talking about how during a tragic moment, sometimes the mood just suddenly gets lightened by something really stupid and funny, and everyone will go from terrible grief to laughing, and it's just the thing at that moment that is the first step to healing, where things start to turn around. I had my own story, and he mentioned how he had a similar experience. He was out of town with his family because his grandpa had just died, and the whole family was just devastated and crying. His dad had brought the newspaper from home because he always does the crossword, and someone had looked through it and read the police log. One of the entries was poodle running around in parking lot, and for some reason everyone just thought it was the funniest thing ever. It became an in-joke with the family. Whenever someone would be panicked about something, someone else would say, "Hey, calm down. You act like there is a poodle running around in a parking lot or something. Like, clearly this isn't such a big emergency that we need to call 911, so settle down." I was very embarrassed and confessed that I was the caller. The worst part is that none of them were surprised to learn that it was me.